forward to another entertaining finish to a World Series bracelet event. As we take a look at our 4 finalists down there, it's going to be a lot of fun. A look at the PokerStars leaderboard and how we stand right now. Victor Blom on top. Anthony Zeno in second place right now. Ian Johns, who has won this event in the past. In third place, Pedro Neves, who was also a champion in his own right. The short stack. And there is Victor Blom, 9th World Series of Poker final table. Yeah, this indeed is the mysterious Isildur one from years ago. And certainly we'll talk about that more and how he's become a terrific live player on the Overnight Oats tournament summary. From the 118, we're down to 4. First place, just over 282,000 from the big prize pool. Big names made this. Big names have gone, as you see. Dan Negreanu out in 8th place. Another final table for him at this 2025 World Series of Poker. It's going to be fun tonight. It's going to be a little different from the No Limit world that you might be more familiar with, but we're in the capable hands of Jesse Sylvia, who knows this game inside and out. It should be fun. We got some deep stacks here and some interesting names.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun, Lon. I got to tell you, when I say I'm excited for this one, I mean, we did the 50K.
Quick to push that.
We called the 100K.
I would push it.
It all pales in comparison to the 10K limit Holdem, baby.
Does it? In your mind? Tell me why.
This is my Super Bowl, Lon. I've really fallen in love with the limit Holdem, the game of limit Holdem over the last couple years.
So we're going to see more action deeper into the turn and river. We're going to see people not necessarily chasing, but it's a game where you're going to probably see a lot of showdowns, right?
That's exactly right. We're going to see a lot of flops. There's not going to be much folding pre-flop. The big blind will be coming along, if no one else, quite a bit. And, you know, it's cheaper on every street, so you end up seeing the street after more often.
And the red, Pedro Neves with ace-7. And he is a bracelet winner. He actually won last year's Monster Stack, an event that is happening right now. It's in its final day. And yes, by the way, he did bag 255K from day 1A of the Monster Stack and will be at the tables tomorrow for that official day 2. That's a busy boy.
That's truly sick to win a field as massive as the Monster Stack, come back the next year and potentially win one of these high roller fields. That would be a really cool achievement.
Neves best with his ace high. And it's a game where you pretty much are coveting the high cards, right? And because the high card is going to win a lot of pots.
Yeah, especially blind versus blind. This is going to be, my mistake. This is, I'm still getting my bearings. This is under the gun versus big blind. This is actually a tricky situation for the big blind here. It was checked back on the flop and then Blom bet twice, so it looks a lot like Blom is value betting some kind of strong ace high, something like ace jack, ace queen. Maybe sometimes he trapped on the flop by checking back some sort of overpair, but not that likely. You expect to see the continuation bet at a very high frequency.
Austin, Texas.
And look at this.
Wow. Blom gets a bet through, and oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'll move the button.
Rafaela Neves, Pedro's wife, does not like to see that.
At 7.
No, when you're
7-5 or something.
when your guy has 200,000, you don't want to see him losing any pots. That's for sure. He is quite short at this point.
Victor Blom was chip leader after day 1, at the end of day 2, and of course the beginning of our final table, and he has not let up. The true classic. Chip denoms right now, 5K, 25K. It looks like there's the edge on the reds are a little different this year. They're not quite as bright, kind of a rusty red. Not used to that quite yet, because it has been a bright red for so many years that I've been doing the events. But you see the stacks of 5K and 25K out there.
All right.
Raise a 3-bet to 90.
So do hand values change as a no limit when you get a short table? I mean, do your ranges open up? Does everything open up? Everything becomes more available?
So your button range stays similar, and your big blind range, and certain ranges stay very similar to before, but you're just going to see more hands in general because you're always playing out of the late positions instead of having some early position players.
So these two at it again. Nevis, as you see, a very short stack.
Nice.
Raise 2 back to 60.
His wife has just about run out of fingernails. He's been hanging on so long.
So here's a good example of how limit Holdem works a little bit. Neves raised out of the small blind. Victor very happy to just 3-bet the ace deuce. You get to 3-bet and just generally value bet quite aggressively because you can't be punished like you are in no limit Holdem. If your opponent puts in the 4-bet, you're not folding anyways, so it's not a big deal. Neves finding the check raise there, and he just gets it through. That's actually a really big win for him to not have to play an all-in. If Victor had just put in another small bet there, he was pretty much all in.
Play poker go. Nevis bio board. Originally from Portugal, has the bracelet for the monster stack. He lives in Brazil with his wife, Rafaela Nevis. And of course, Brazil, main language is Portuguese, so an easy transition across the pond.
Raise.
Raise 2 back.
There's something magical about getting to watch Victor Blom play. I know it's been years since it was figured out exactly who he was online, but it's just still such a special thing.
Yeah, and before his identity, which had been very secret, and he'd been blowing up the online poker worlds for a long time, he actually played in one of the very early World Series of Poker main events that we covered in London. And there was this player who we saw as Victor Blom. There had been some rumors that that was Isildur one. We weren't quite sure, but then we saw the way he played. It was like, we pretty much nailed him who he was before they outed him.
Yeah, his play style is quite unique.
And there's Zeno, 5-time bracelet winner, 3 WPT titles. Lives here in Las Vegas, 2015 Card Player Magazine Player of the Year. Going up against the chip leader, who holds another ace.
Check.
Fairly welcome flop when you peel Queen 9 offsuit out of the big blind.
Check. Check.
Blom quickly checking back. It seems like he's very happy to take showdown value and try to hit his gut shot.
Bet.
A bet and a fold. And we'll take that one. Chemical engineering degree and a law degree, but too much schooling all at once. And so he said, let's have some fun. I'm going to become a poker player. Originally from Cranston, Rhode Island. Got the law degree from Suffolk University. As mentioned, 5 bracelets, 4 of them live, 1 online. 12 milli on his ledger on the good side.
Correct
I'm
me
not
if
sure
I'm
about the
wrong,
bad
but
side. I'm not
I
sure
think
about the bad
Zeno
side.
won this
52
event
back to
before.
60.
Who's that?
I believe Zeno won the 10K limit Holdem in the past, did he not?
No, I don't believe he has. He's won. He's only had the only no limit event he's won has been the online event. Others were limit events. But we can double check that. Ian Johns with King Queen of Hearts did win this event back in 2016.
Wow.
So he sees 2 hearts come down. Blom with another ace. I guess
Bet.
if you become chip leader for 3 days, you just get
Yes,
aces
sir.
dealt to you.
Got excited. Sorry.
Johns has actually cashed in this event 5 times and, as mentioned, won it 9 years ago.
Well, he's off to a nice start to winning it again, turning this queen. Blom just having perfect timing. So far, he's only put money in the pot when he's ahead.
You'd be excited too.
That button?
You got it.
3-time bracelet winner is Ian Johns. 2 in 1 year. There's Mandy Johns, Ian's wife. She's been to this tournament several times as well.
Yeah, she herself is almost a veteran of the 10K limit Holdem
Yeah.
final table.
Originally from Seattle is Ian. They live in Austin, Texas now.
Raise 50
Zeno, this is a very nice hand to look down at on the button. Vase is quite short. How does he want to approach this spot with the ace deuce offsuit? It's a bit light. Yeah, just lets it go. I like this. And like we talked about, Victor defending the queen deuce offsuit, he'll be defending quite wide out of the big blind, as will very likely all of these players.
Zeno scored the last knockout of Ryan Bambrick a little bit earlier on this day to get us down to 4, where they paused for a little meal break, and we're able to get our stream up and running for you.
Whoa, Zeno with the check back with top pair,
Bet.
strong kicker. Very sneaky check back, and he's let Victor Blom catch up a bit and hit a queen.
Not quite catch up, almost catch up, and
Well,
that's the important part, yeah.
Yeah, that's, I mean, this is exactly what that check back was designed to do.
Well, Victor has to feel good
Bet.
about his queen. Bet now by Zeno.
Call. Keep your attention, please.
I got it. Action goes a lot quicker, as you noticed, and smoother, more mechanical than no limit. When a no limit player sits down at a limit table and starts mulling over hands and taking time, they'll hear from the rest of the table. Let's go, keep the betting going.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they don't put up with that sort of tanking like they do in the no limit streets, let me tell you. You get a lot more hands at the limit hold'em table every hour. There's not a lot of staring people down. And
Full. So you guys, a lot of work to do today.
It's there every day.
Big
Oh,
small
you do this
for
every day?
Nevis.
Not every day.
John's in the big blind, 30K more. Comes along.
ooh,
Check.
open ender for Johns.
Bet.
How he approaches this on the flop may give us a little bit of insight into his general strategy.
Bet.
Yeah, raises
And a
right
raise,
away. I
yeah.
like this. We know his opponent has a pair, so he won't be going anywhere, but if Nevis has something like King 5 offsuit, this might get it done right away, so certainly a lot of merit to raising.
It's a stacking game. Those chips in order. Nevis
is-
still ahead with his
Bet.
pair of 4s, but Johns will bet. Those are all 5K chips. That's all he has left. Looks like about 150.
Really awkward spot for Neves. I'm sure he is fully aware that he's ahead of some draws, but way behind all of the pairs that his opponent's representing.
There's the bet. Structured betting. Not like he can go all in right here. Just the limit's 60K right now.
That is music to Neves' ears right there.
King's up.
Little does he know he was already ahead, but this will allow him to just comfortably call. Now, I mean, now he'll put the last 30K in, but
He can move all in now because he's only got 100 left. Maybe less, maybe 90.
All in.
Yeah,
All in.
90. And a fold. Nevis will stick around a little longer. Have a seat, ma'am.
and that was a very healthy hand. That was basically a double up for Neves.
It was. So, 28-year-old will hang in there. Next payout, by the way, 4th place payout, just about 93,000. Knockouts, as I mentioned, Zeno knocked out Ryan Bambrick, who already won a bracelet at this World Series. That was in 5th place. Nevis knocked out Max Hoffman in 6th. Hoffman had knocked out David Lieberman in 7th, while Lieberman had knocked out Daniel Negreanu in 8th. Hoffman knocked out Scott Bowman in 9th, and that's where we began the day. 9-handed midday, and they worked their way down to 4 before airtime.
Sounds like a Russian nesting doll type
It
situation.
really does. One get the other.
Yeah.
Chips flying around this table.
Strong flop here for Zeno with the double gut shot. Nevis has ace high, backdoor flush draw. I wouldn't be surprised if Zeno finds a check raise, although he's shown a proclivity to play a little more passively maybe than some of his opponents. No, he definitely check raises here. I
There's
like
a
this.
raise from Zeno, yeah.
don't think Neves will go away right now. He has that backdoor flush draw that makes this an easy call. Turning an ace is very valuable here.
Check.
Oh, Zeno checks here. Interesting. I was going to say, the fact that we have a lot of jack tens when we check raise the flop means that we could probably follow through when we have some of the other tens in our hand.
Can he shed Zeno with a bet here?
It's really awkward when he bets in Zeno's shoes. You have a lot of equity, but you don't have any showdown value, so if you check call and your opponent just checks back the river, even if they have a bluff, it's probably beating you. Yeah, just lets it go. I could definitely see a world where Zeno had just bet the turn himself and he gets it through, so those little decision points can cost you the pot or just cost you a lot of money in general.
Whoever his wife is talking to over there, it's working. It's working so far in the stands. She's,
Yeah.
you know.
Just channeling some otherworldly entity.
She is not taking this well. It is oftentimes, as we heard from Mateos last night on the rail, it is a lot of times, it's tougher for the people on the rail watching their loved ones play the game rather than it is for the players who are so entrenched in what's going on.
I've definitely been 10 times as stressed watching Ashley play a final table than when I played some out. I know that much.
Raise.
Raise 3 bets to 90.
You're just worried she's going to pass you in the money list.
I mean,
Could happen.
I'm always concerned about that. She's... She already has more trophies than I did.
She deserved them.
This flop is all Zeno right here.
Check.
That's with the check back. You don't see a lot of checking back when a player raises or 3 bets pre-flop because it's so cheap to just put in that continuation bet.
The perfect card comes out.
Well,
Zeno. Neves pairing his kicker.
Bet.
As the board gets straighter, though.
yeah, Neves very happy to call here. Zeno will be value betting
Call.
nearly any pair at this point. So Neves is actually beating a number of value bets that Zeno would have here. Unfortunately for him, Zeno has a 10. That is
Oh,
a fantastic
wow.
river card for Neves.
Talk about catching up.
But it is also one where Zeno is going to be very aware that his opponent played his hand like a big ace a lot. Yeah, he just checks. He might even give up once his opponent bets.
Classic old school, new school poker here. Zeno, the grizzled vet. Neves, fresh-faced 28-year-old bracelet winner.
Zeno has that classic gambler look to him, doesn't he?
Raise.
There's a
Raise
raise.
2 bets to
Whoa.
90.
This is bold. Raising river as a bluff and limit hold'em is not something you see very often. It's a very sophisticated play.
I mean, he's got to have perfect cards to make this raise not feel like a bluff.
yeah, I think this is more designed to get a 1-pair hand with an ace in it to fold, not 2-pair. Would be very surprised if his opponent folds a hand this good. I mean, he certainly could fold if he thinks Zeno's just never bluffing, but the problem is this hand's pretty far up in his range that reaches the river.
What's he worried about? He's worried about ace 10? Is he worried? I mean,
Yeah, the flush, the straight.
yeah.
He's mostly just worried that Zeno never bluffs here and never value bets or value raises worse. But, man, when you have aces up, it's just... This is one of the best hands he'll ever have in the situation. He doesn't have ace 10, for instance, because he would have bet the flop. He probably doesn't have ace 8. He probably doesn't have straights. He would have bet the flop.
He's reaching for chips.
Yeah,
on a
he's just
card.
going to pay it off.
Very nice.
Call. Straight. Nope. Pair 10. Ace
No,
10
just
9.
yeah, he bets.
Ace
It was not easy, but he found a call.
5.
And by the way, Zeno does not need to feel bad about his bluff just because he was called there. The fact that his opponent tanks so long means maybe he gets something like ace-jack to fold, which is a big win for Queen 10.
Nevis making strides early here in our coverage of this final table. Well, there are 3 more APT stops in 2025 at the end of the summer, August 18th to 31. The poker world will be gathering at Barcelona for the biggest European event of the year. From October 1 through 12, the tour returns to Malta for the first time since 2016, and the EPT season concludes in Prague, December 3rd through 14th. For more info, check the PokerStars live app. John's with ace king and a raise. That'll get through. Ian John's back to where he started the four-handed action, 1.7 million. Johns began the day 810,000 chips when they were 9-handed. He's chipped up pretty nicely.
That was quite the river play by Zeno to start us off. I cannot emphasize enough how few players have that in their arsenal.
Raise 2 bets.
So to see him do that is really cool. And it sort of sets the tone, like, hey, be prepared to call me down a lot. I'm not.
Exactly. And he got info from Nevis, too, because Nevis, he saw Nevis's hand. He knew what Nevis was stewing about. So
Oh,
maybe
wow.
next time he gets him.
Look at this flop, Lon. Top pair, nut flush draw for Victor.
Raise 2 bets.
Nut straight for Johns.
Raise 3 bets. to
Goes
90.
bet raise immediately. Victor puts in the 3-bet. He's just going to fast play his hand. He has a lot of equity here, no matter what his opponent has.
Johns with Broadway, but it is susceptible to danger. That heart is safe for Ian Johns.
Johns just calls the flop, by the way, and the reason he does this, I would imagine, is because on the turn, we call that the big bet street, right? You bet
Raise 2 bets.
the
to
larger
90.
size, so he's saving that raise till the turn when he can put additional money in the pot.
Raising a call now. Blum putting more chips in, looking for help. Needs a diamond. Gets it.
Wow.
Check.
And there's no way Johns won't be betting and paying off a raise here at the very least. He has a diamond in his hand as well.
Bet. Raise 2 bets to 120. Call.
Got the nuts.
Well,
Flush.
Carolyn Adams dealing some dirty
Present.
cards out there. Our dealer from the OG Social Clubhouse in Kentucky. And she's pushing chips once again to Victor Blom. Blom on the Play Poker Go bio board from Sweden. Talked about his legendary status a little bit. Isildur won, number 3 on Sweden's all-time money list, and yeah, he disappeared actually. If you look at his Hindenmob, disappeared for about 3 years in the mid-teens, and then came back, and he's really focused on the live game, and he has done very well in the live game. You see a lot of 6-figure scores by Blom in the last few years, and it's got over, I think, $500,000 this year already.
Call.
And this is his 3rd final table this summer, the World Series of Poker for Victor.
Check. Check.
One thing I've noticed about Blum is he does a lot more checking back with ace highs than most players would. I find that very interesting. He might have done some work to figure out that, you know, that is something he wants to be doing quite often. I feel like it's not just a thing that he developed on his own. In a sense, like just is trying out. Like I think it's something that he has put some serious thought into, maybe some off-table work, and decided that it's a little bit better to check back those mid ace highs.
Vinny Zeno taking that pot, getting a good close look at him, and oh, our crew's at it again. So there's Jeff Saturday, an ESPN analyst, former NFL lineman with the Colts. What do you think? I mean, is it worthy if he puts on the dark sunglasses?
Yeah, I see
Separated
it.
at birth type thing?
One more.
I see it.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job. I put that at above the 60% range for the production crew. Nice job, guys.
Can that guy
And
check raise
ladies.
river though?
Huh?
As a bluff?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mm. All right, so
Bet
what's
30.
Ant up to here with
Yeah.
7-4?
Zeno just limped in pre-flop. He's going to take a shot at it on the flop. Obviously, this won't work against Jack 7,
Raise
but
2 bet.
it's a cheap way to try to win the pot. You know, he's out.
Yep.
Okay, button's
He
good.
keeps handing chips over to Pedro. Nevis, as you might recall, it was only 5 minutes ago, it seems, he was 125K. And now almost $1 million. Blum continues to lead this final table. Zeno dropping down a little bit, about 2 million, but a hand that will
Raise 2 bet.
get him some more chips back, more than likely.
Call.
A raise and a call. Blum with Queen 8, dominated by Zeno.
Check.
That's an interesting flop. Maybe one Blom doesn't fold immediately. Oh, if Zeno's going to check back, he won't have the opportunity to fold quite yet.
Check. Check.
Check.
Check.
Check.
Check.
Check, check. King, Queen wins.
King, yeah.
Zeno gets a few from the chip leader.
Button's good.
Not too much damage done to Victor.
Now, Victor had some showdown value, so it may have nothing to do with that, but I do feel like Zeno checking back top pair in the last hand might have afforded that showdown this time.
Playing the long game. You got to play the long game. Take a look at the Splash Sports Tournament update. 118 entries. Brought our final four together here. 282,000 plus cab fare through the
Full.
tunnel for first place.
Raise 2 bet to 60. Call.
Nevis with a raise. King, Queen suited. Johns comes along.
Check. Bet.
Nice flop for Neves, and John's probably not going anywhere right away. Big blind versus button, ace 9.
Call.
Could still very well be the best hand on this board. Oof.
Check.
Ace 9 could be the best hand with this board.
I mean, he's feeling a lot better about it now. Neves trying to decide, do I bet here? Do I check back and play some pot control?
Check.
Yeah, he's got the queen, so he's not too worried about most rivers. Ooh, that's a very interesting card.
Nevis knows it's less likely that Johns has an ace.
Yeah, this is a really sneaky check by Johns. John said, look, if you have a king in your hand, you're probably going to bet it yourself, so I'm going to get a check raise in here.
Yep, what a check by Johns. It's going to put chips in the middle that might not be there otherwise.
It's a very patient and well thought out
Raise
check
to
raise,
bet.
I think.
And there is
Immediate check raise, too. Neves doesn't look like he loves it. Suddenly, his value bet just becomes a clear bluff catcher and only a bluff catcher. And he has to ask himself how often his opponent is actually bluffing. Probably not that often on this particular texture. But I don't know. I don't know what John's up to. He could be very capable in this particular spot. Wow, nice fold.
What a run out for Ian Johns, looking for his second bracelet in this event.
I know there will be a lot of people out home saying it wasn't that difficult of a fold, he just had a king. But the fact of the matter is, in Limit Hold'em, you're always getting 7 or 8 to 1. And so it's not very hard to just flick it in and win just very infrequently and still be profitable.
Get ready for nonstop action at Play Poker Go, the free online poker game where it's all real all the time. Dive into ring games, crush tournaments, and spin your way to glory in the all-new No Gamble, No Future Sit and Goes featuring the Wheel of Gain. No deposits, no risk, just pure poker. Play now at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. Still four-handed. And give the folks who might be newer to Limit Poker how deep the players are now. What do you expect? It's not like we're going to get a quick double knockout coming in now.
No.
It's more methodical, more grinding.
Honestly, Lon, as far as Limit Hold'em tournaments go, this is one of the deeper situations I've ever seen. This resembles closer to a cash game right now, with players sitting on nearly 50 big bets.
Can you tell us some jokes while you deal? No?
Into the box is Matt Bohenick from the Fort Card Room in Lido, Texas, a little west of Fort Worth, Texas.
Usually when you reach a final table, the big stacks have something like 20 big bets. The short stacks have 5 or 6 big bets, but this is
Hello, Greg.
really
Flip it
special.
straight, that one.
I told you, Greg.
Neves defending blind versus blind.
He had ace 3 diamonds, and he made a flush
Whiffs
on the
this
river and
flop
check raised me
awfully
after
hard.
3 bets flop, 2 bets turn.
He'll have a chance to realize some equity though. Zeno checks.
The ace queen jack board. Yeah, at ace.
Picks up a gut shot.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, but Zeno's going to fire out, and that may be the end of the hand. If Zeno were to check, I could see a world where Neves decides to turn this one into a bluff. Yeah, the low gut shot, just not enough to continue. Even given the price.
so can you target short stacks as much in this game? Not really, can you? Or
No, you know, it's difficult to put a lot of pressure on a short stack like you do in Limit Hold'em. Sorry, in No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah.
I got Limit Hold'em on my brain.
Good.
I feel like once players get really short, maybe if there's a couple of very short stacks, then you can start to really apply some pressure in these ICM environments similar to a no-limit tournament. But right now, they're generally playing their hands the way that they would be played in a cash game to some extent. Perhaps with some slightly tighter ranges pre-flop. Some slightly more passive play post-flop.
Right. Johns and Neves going at it again. Johns with the better of it.
Johns has 2 overs, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, and he doesn't know it, but the best hand. More than enough to defend with. Neves continues at this one.
Neves gets it done.
He has come a long way from that 300,000 that we saw him start this table with. I think it was 350.
He was down to 150.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but he started the table with 315,000 when we came on the air with this
24.
quartet of limit
Although
players.
they haven't announced, I assume it's.
Yeah, we'll just play.
You want to
Yeah.
come on down?
It's the right thing to do.
Some
did they?
props tomorrow. Find him at the monster stack on day 2. Neves will sit this one out. Victor will not in the small blind.
Winning the monster stack and then winning the 10K limit hold'em the next year would be some crazy work.
Sure.
Victor with a little gut shot. The nut gut shot is a lot more exciting than the 2-3 that we saw earlier.
Exactly. Immediately reaching. Big bet now, 80. Limits are 40-80, just going up this hand. Mandy.
John's is going nowhere here. He could actually consider raising. If you imagine that you're putting in a bet on the river anyways, you might raise to charge straight draws and flush draws right now.
2 pair on the end for John's. Mandy will like this.
It's a play that you see a lot more in limit hold'em than in no limit hold'em, raising really thin so as to get as much money in against those sort of draws or overcard hands as quickly as possible. There's a lot of cool things you can do in limit hold'em because you can't get punished by an all-in. The worst thing that can happen is you have to put in one more bet. So you can maneuver a little more aggressively in some spots.
Or at least move into more spots than you might would.
Yeah.
Get yourself into spots where, yeah. But I do notice, I think it's been heads-up action the whole way. I mean, just based on the hands, you don't see a lot of multi-way pots
Well,
as much, or
depends on what stake you play, Alon.
How's it going?
oh, okay.
If you go down to the 2-4 limit hold'em games, you
Everybody's
might play a
chasing,
bunch
yeah.
of 8-way
Should be going
pots.
early, but we're playing
Yeah.
pretty deep really.
At these
Like, in
levels,
terms of
players are
range of
playing
bets.
generally
Yeah, so
heads
it's
up
like,
3-way pots.
I mean, unless a giant pot, we'll put in 3 bets, flop, 2 turn, 2 river, and it's like
Ian
you know,
talking
not even
with his
20%
buddy
of
on the
stack,
rail
so
back there.
Yeah.
Victor's just blasting.
He's played good. He's playing pretty good.
Is he running it by Alex Livingston? I think that was.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, that's my guy.
Oh, I love Alex.
Yeah. Big turn here for Neves.
Does Alex still own the pizza restaurants? He had some up in Eastern Seaboard and up in Canada.
Last I checked, he did, but I'm not. I would need an update on that.
It was good. It was tasty.
Alex and I have been talking about doing a
What's up, Alex?
exchange program where
How you doing,
I
bud?
go visit him in Nova Scotia one summer, and then he comes down and visits me in Massachusetts.
Because the weather's better?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's got a beautiful cabin up there, but
Sure.
every year we talk about it, and we still have yet to execute. So
Everybody in the lower part of Canada has a cabin up on the shield up there, you know? Go
it sounds
away
like a
for-
good life, man. A little fly fishing,
It does.
some kayaking, maybe a houseboat. I don't know what goes on, but it all sounds good.
A lot of poker up there. King 5 plays pretty well here with the back door. Spades. Nevis liking the queen. Maybe not so much.
He's probably happy to just try to get the showdown. He knows his hand won't win very often. Oh, no. Excuse me. He's going to choose to bluff this one. Might have worked if his opponent didn't river the 5. Probably wouldn't, but we don't know. You could certainly
It's a
get a
raise
weaker
coming.
hand than a king to fold.
He's getting raised.
Yeah.
Oops. Let me ask you a weird question. For the old school limit guys, they look at this young looking 28-year-old. Can they give him the credence that they would give others, or they snap like, oh, this young kid doesn't know how to play limit? You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah,
just as
no, I know what you mean. I think the fact that he's playing at this level. Wow. By the way, he just found a 3-bet
He
on this
did,
river.
yes.
This is super interesting.
the only way he could win the pot.
Yeah, I think he feels like John's. Yeah, John's is going to pay it
Ah,
off.
he's got kings off.
Johns has one of the best hands he ever gets the river with after checking back the turn, by the way. He doesn't maybe ace 5 is the best hand or pocket 5s, but realistically, he doesn't have many better hands. He's certainly not going to fold.
That was a nicely inflated pot for Ian Johns. Right
That was
there.
a huge pot for him. That was a very gutsy play by Neves, by the way.
And he just ran into a really strong hand there.
Neves just identified that when Johns checks back the turn, he doesn't have any of the normal 2 pairs. He doesn't have straights. So he attacked that, we call it a capped range, when our opponents can't have a lot of the best hands. Unfortunately for him, his opponent had one of the 2 pairs that you would expect to see in that situation, which is the river 2 pair.
That was a
Yeah, I
perfect
don't.
example.
I think there was a time and a
Yeah,
place
I
where
had King 5 of spades.
a grizzled vet might look at a young guy and say, this guy can't play mixed games, or this guy can't play limit hold'em. But at this point, I don't know, man. These guys in Europe especially, they go
he's
off,
an older player. You could have just a random queen or 10. You know.
they spend a half a year in the lab and they come out just an expert at some obscure game. It's pretty wild. I think
Back
for
over there.
years the Swedes were dominating mixed games online.
Oh, yeah.
Some young Swedish contingent.
So a little more discussion. Ian with Alex. Alex with 5 caches
What are you
already
drinking?
this, 4 caches already this summer in the World Series.
Sorry, yeah, my
Small,
fault.
nothing big.
I was consistent at least. Wrong blind, wrong call.
Blom trying to buy it. Not so fast.
So far, I think we've seen Blom approach the small blind versus big blind situation by only raising. I don't know if he's just playing a raise or fold strategy or if he does have some limps. Victor just immediately giving up on that turn queen.
7's full.
I don't know if that's an instinctual thing or if he just never bluffs when he has a hand that low in equity, but his timing has been really strong so far.
Ian Johns takes another pot. Goes through the chip leader at the moment. On his Play Poker Go bio board, Ian Johns, originally from Seattle, as mentioned, down in Texas now. Play a little poker down there. Loves the daily sports, grinding, fantasy world. $1,000,006 in live tournament winnings, and some of that coming from his 3 bracelets over his career. One of the bracelets in this event. Now with pocket 10s.
I'm doing that different next time. It's a pain in the ass.
The game is quick. Got to stack your winnings. Get to the next hand.
Oh, yeah. You wouldn't want to anger your table mates by taking more than 1/4 of a second. That's how it works out here in the limit hold'em streets. One time I was playing a no limit game waiting for a limit hold'em cash game to start. And I counted how many hands I played in one dealer down the no limit game. And then I counted how many hands I played in the limit hold'em game.
Twice as many.
I played 9 in the no limit game. And I'll to be fair, I was a little bit shorthanded in the limit game. We played 29.
29.
Yeah.
So 3x.
Like this sort of mindset, and it's like just not a limit hold'em mindset.
Wow. Look at the hands here.
He's probably
Ace, king,
thinking
ace,
like that.
queen,
Yeah.
pocket jacks for Blom.
Raise 5 bets and cap.
3-way action.
This
Going
is
to get
insane.
a lot of action.
Yeah.
It's been 5 bet. There is a cap when it's not heads up.
Calls 200.
And that is the cap right there. And if it does go to heads up, the cap comes off.
Check dark.
Check in the dark.
Wow.
No paint.
This is a ridiculous set of hands to see, given that they're 4-handed.
Raise.
Ant's going to raise it up with his ace, king.
Yeah, he has that important ace of diamonds, and denying equity to the big blind is something that's probably pretty important to him.
Fail.
Oh, no.
You can't look.
If she knew what his equity looked like in this hand, too, she'd
I think
really
she
be
does. She knows.
against us. Maybe
Oh,
she does, yeah.
There you go. That'll make it easier on her. There's the king.
Oh, no.
Zeno finds his card on the turn. Bet and a call.
Heads it.
Safe river card for Zeno. And he knows it.
And can really do it, man.
Yeah, the king is the only thing, pretty much. So there's the call from Victor. Yep, kings are good. Jacks, no good. Amazing how pocket jacks blend into the
Oh, yeah.
poker world anywhere they go.
I think that's called the someone memorial hand.
Yeah,
Is that right?
I'll take credit.
I can't put my finger on who it is, but
You want a big one?
All right, we take a look at Golden Glory. These are his 4 live bracelets. He's also got an online bracelet as well, which counts just as much as a live bracelet. So yeah, all the stacking games here. The games in live, but he's got a no limit bracelet online.
that was the event I was thinking of. I thought he won the 10K limit hold'em. It was the 10K stud.
Okay.
And I remember that vividly because that was the final table where Phil Hellmuth let us know what his plans were for the Rio.
Ah, yes. Matchbooks were involved, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know what the exact technique would have been, but
It was, yeah. I don't think he got a penalty for that.
no, he can chip toe through raindrops, that guy. He can dodge bullets, baby.
Me too. Me too. Oh, wait.
This is a
Five
chop.
plays. Oh no. I'm tripping. Yeah. Jack plays. I was thinking a pair of jacks on the board.
I'd have to imagine that last pot was the biggest pot of the tournament.
Yeah, you would think so. With,
Yeah.
With the limits up.
The blinds just went up. It was a massive 3-way pot. Unless they played some even larger pot in terms of bets very recently before the stream started.
Probably have to have more people involved. So
Yeah,
interesting,
or like
yeah.
maybe like a 3-bet on the turn in a 3-way pot, or I don't know. I'm just gonna go ahead and bet
Let's
all
say
my
it.
money on. That was the
Announce it,
biggest
yeah.
pot of the tournament.
That Zeno won, and Zeno has taken the chip lead, I believe, for the first time in days from Victor Blom. Blom crushed on day 1 and 2. I just wonder how far the luck could run. He's got boatloads of talent and the luck.
I really like what I've seen so far from Victor.
He's worked very hard on his live game. Nevis with a pocket pair. And raise it up. Zeno wants to play with him.
8s is quite a strong hand from the cutoff. Unfortunately for him, Zeno has a hand that does have 2 overcards. Plenty
Hey,
of
what's
hands
up?
that could have
Oh,
peeled out of the
wow.
big blind that don't have that top set. Not,
8s will work very well here.
yeah, not the worst flop for our man here.
He would have preferred a king in there, maybe.
Yeah, or at least like Zeno maybe has like the 10 of diamonds. Zeno's going to continue regardless. He's got 2 overs. You don't give up very often versus these continuation bets because you're getting such a good price. This will probably be the time that Zeno checks out of the hand. Unless he decides to get very frisky, but knowing Zeno, this isn't the spot where he gets out of line.
quite the low
Yeah.
ball board. Flops set, doesn't get too much more. Board to not allow much for Zeno to hang his hat on. Nevis up to 580,000. Still the definitive short stack among these final four, but he's been that way the whole time, and yet he hangs in here. Think you can outpick the field? Jump into quick picks on Splash Sports, the new peer-to-peer fantasy game where you pick more or less on a player's stats and go head-to-head for real cash. Hit your picks, top the leaderboard, take home the prize. Play now at splashsports.com and win up to 50 times your entry fee for the NBA Finals. Another king for Zeno. Bet and ticket.
It's been pretty smooth sailing so far for Zeno.
How do you run in limit? Do you run, I mean, because I think I run better in like an 08 game than I do in Holdem, but I keep pounding my head against the wall and play Holdem. Do you run better in limit, no limit, or anything else particular?
Lon, I just always run good.
I know you do. You're good looking, you run good, beautiful wife, East Coast.
Couple of great dogs.
I know.
I like they threw East Coast in there as one of the.
Razor.
You don't get a lot of West Coasters saying East Coast is a perk.
I love the East Coast.
I appreciate that from you, Lon.
Right.
It's a different style, you know?
Yeah. It's a good place.
You have tag sales. You don't have yard sales. You have tag sales on the East.
We're actually weird where I'm from. We have yard sales.
You have yard sales
Yeah.
out there? Oh. No,
We
I
also
guess Connecticut has
we
the
also have
trifecta.
estate sales.
Oh yeah, well we do. Well, you gotta die to have an estate sale. Where I
Yeah.
live. Yeah.
I didn't really think about it that way, but you're right. You do.
Another big pot here. Nevis with the only pair. No set.
Nobody has
Nobody's
an
got
ace. Yeah. This opens up some doors. Looks like Nevis will just take this down most likely. Well, Zeno's going to defend. He has that queen high, could be good. He has a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw type of thing.
There hits his queen.
Oh. Wow.
Not the card Nevis wanted. He wanted that last board when he had the eights. Is the check regarded as kind of a white flag, or is it situational?
Well, it's definitely situational, I'd say. I think in this situation, Neves might check some ace type of hands, like ace. If he had like ace 4 suited, for instance, he might check because now he's chopping with all the aces, and he'd like to give Zeno a chance to bluff at it if Zeno had floated some hand like maybe like Jack 10 of hearts, something like that. But mostly I think it's at least announcing that he has a weaker hand in his range.
The other three are whispering, act, do something.
This is a legitimately very difficult decision.
Oh, I agree.
Because
No,
Zeno could have some worse hands than sevens, and he's getting a great price, but mostly his hand is just toast. His opponent has a lot of ace X, a lot of queen X. Even if Zeno were to have something like a flush draw, right? Like king jack of spades, sevens aren't even doing that well versus that hand, and there's just not that many combos.
Zeno had to feel pretty good about his hand after the 10-second delay, and then the longer
I got
Nevis
lucky.
delayed, the better he felt about his hand, I think.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. As soon as it becomes an awkwardly long tank, your opponent's probably not doing it for theatrics.
Nevis cut down now to 340,000. Zeno up to almost 2.9 million, a million more than both Blom and John's. But you see how the stacks do vary widely and quickly in this game. Blinds and limits go up now every 90 minutes after day 2. They were 60-minute levels most of the way, but in the later stages, 90-minute levels. Pocket pair for Johns. 2 overcards for Victor.
Blom is just attacking from that small blind.
Blom with the best of it with the queens.
2 bets.
Ooh, sneaky little check raised by Blom, by the way. John's obviously going nowhere. He's got a pair. He's beating some pairs. That's an uncomfortable turn card for pocket fives. Blom just continues to bet. Yeah, John just lets it go.
Blom knows what he's going to do before he knows what he's going to do. It seems like, you know, he's very comfortable in his game and what he knows about the game, perhaps his read on the other players. It does look very mechanical, like, you know, he knows what's happening. He
Well,
knows what's gonna
Blom is a guy who traditionally, at least, played instantaneously in No Limit. In Heads Up No Limit, a game where you really need to give some thought to every decision.
Oh, exactly.
There's so many possible bet sizes you can use. So Limit Holdem must be like a cakewalk for this guy in terms of how quickly he can process stuff. I remember when he first came up, before we even knew it was Victor Blom, he was playing JOUR for millions of dollars.
Well, yeah, Brian Townsend, he was playing Patrick Antonius, Cole
Yeah.
South. He, you know, he lost a ton as well as winning a ton.
Oh, yeah.
And then he kind of ran into the wall when he met up with Phil Ivey online.
Mm-hmm.
Just a guy he couldn't beat. But the wild $1 million swings that Isildur One went through back in the day really reverberated through the whole poker world.
Yeah, he is about as legendary as it gets in this game.
Absolutely.
The only person who has that level of sort of like legendary status slash mystique to him might be Phil Ivey.
Yeah,
There's a lot of mysteriousness still to Phil Ivey in my mind.
I agree.
Zeno has a tiny little flush draw he's going to defend. Oh no.
Zeno pairs up.
Fortunately for Johns, he's now behind, which is not great, but he has a hand that can get away from it. Oh. Does this open some doors for Johns? Usually you don't bluff when you have a pair, just because you have some showdown value, and you have to choose your bluffs very carefully in this game.
4-liner out there.
Zeno might be content to just check it back as well. He's going to turn into a bluff, though. This is very cool.
John's reached for his chips and then thought otherwise. Zeno takes more, going over the 3 million chip threshold. Anthony Zeno looking for World Series of Poker bracelet number 6. Rare air indeed.
That was the second river situation involving Zeno where he kind of showed off a little bit of a fancy type of play, and I don't mean fancy in a bad way. Just did something that I don't know if a lot of players have in their arsenal. Turning pairs into a bluff is something that people miss quite often on rivers, and it's just very cool to see him find
Put your phone away. Put your phone away. Put your phone away so I can come talk to you.
He's read the rules. Thank you, Ian.
Heads up. Get it.
Yeah, but he's not going anywhere quite yet. Seems very familiar with the blind versus blind situation. Can't fold many hands. Jack high is certainly not one of them, especially with a backdoor flush draw. Zeno kind of waves the white flag here. Neves more than happy to just get to showdown with this jack high. He seems to know exactly where he's at in his hand. And Zeno's not going to attempt another heist here on the river.
You will.
Jack's good. Neves just hanging on. Oh, wow. She's out of her seat now.
Thanks, man.
Rafaela trying to get close to the action. I think she's trying to bring her positive aura down to the stage. Neves up and down.
He hasn't made it easy for her, has he?
Indeed. Hope you're enjoying the action. This segment brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. Anthony Zeno going for bracelet number 6, joining the likes Brian Rask, Chris Ferguson, Jason Mercier, actually. Sandro, Osmus, Aurier, Flack, you know them all. Michael Mizraki.
So far, he's in the right direction, too.
Yeah, he is.
I think he's added something like 50% to his stack.
Time for a bomb pot. Dealer change. Chantel Borner, also a dealer down at the Fort Card Room.
I don't know about the limit Holdem guys specifically. I know the mix game guys would be pretty happy to play a bomb pot. The Holdem guys like to stick to their game, you know?
They sure do.
Race.
And they're often off back in the dark corner of all the card rooms.
Oh,
that
they
I go
stick
to.
us in the way back line.
All right.
They don't want the real human beings involved with us, you know? They want us off to the
8-5 deuce. Victor back to picking up aces.
Again, constantly playing them in a passive way, just trying to get to showdown. Oh, he's going to value bet here. This might actually...
Does
Nope.
get, yeah.
Doesn't receive a call. Just displays nice sort of awareness of where he's at in the hand. The fact that he was value betting the ace-6 high.
That seems to be a key, especially now. Of course, this is, you know, its own bubble, final table, and half of the final table that we had. But in a sense, you really do have to have a sense of where your opponent is at. And
Yeah.
that comes from repetition, I imagine, right? Or
Yeah.
knowing the players, because it's not something that you can read in a book.
Some people sit and just study every spot over and over again until they're wildly familiar with it. Some just put in tons and tons of hands and brute force their way into learning the spots. And who am I to say what's better? Wow, Anthony Zeno.
Look at that. Against the aces, he flops the straight.
This is a really wild run he's on right now. Is he just going to call? Yeah. Looks like the flat call. He's going to save his check raise for the turn when it's a bigger bet.
Wants to keep him around.
That's an interesting
That's
card.
not a bad card for Neves.
No, he's no longer drawing dead on the turn, which he could be on a number of cards, but also one where he might not put too many chips in the pot, probably just going to pay Zeno off. Zeno leads out, actually, which is... I was kind of wondering if he was going to do that.
Now. He's got the perfect customer. Just a call, though. Double paired board.
That's an awkward card for Neves.
Yeah, quick call.
because Zeno was kind of saying I either have a queen or a good 9, and now he's not beating either. So he's only beating a bluff. Obviously, Zeno could have some bluffs there. If he had something like 10-7, he might take this line.
What a flop. Gonna make him do dishes for a week.
I mean, she doesn't know the half of it. I doubt she's
Right?
received the information that his pocket aces were outflopped by
button
Jack
is,
10 offsuit.
I mean,
Buttons, yeah.
snap.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, another costly loss for Nevis.
Raise.
John's some paint and a raise. Nevis wants to defend. He's got hearts. He's got heart. 1 heart. There's 2 hearts and a
Ooh.
5.
That's about the best you could ask for when you've called a raise the 5 deuce suited. Unfortunately for him, he's not even doing that well. He's 50% against the top pair. Nearly top kicker. You could also say that the other way around. When you're Johns and you have king queen on the queen 10-5, you don't expect to be 50% either. You think you're way ahead quite often.
Bet.
Got to do it now.
This is kind of cool. Nevis looks like he's just going to call and leave the 20K back, I imagine. Oh, no, he's putting it all in.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It is indeed.
Just in case he's ahead right now versus something like
Well,
ace
he
jack.
does need help. You see the outs. One of the 2 5s. Rafaela, his wife, sees that all the chips have gone in. Nevis with 11
You're gonna
outs.
lose, huh? I need 1 change.
Mandy, seeing that her man is in charge here. About a third of the remaining cards favor Nevis.
Yeah, you know. Flip a coin or something.
1 card to come. Nevis on the hook. Needs to hit to stick around. A 9 of clubs will end this tournament for Pedro Nevis, last year's Monster Stack champion, and perhaps this year's Monster Stack champion. A 4th place finish. He'll win $92,774. Very nice showing. Came here pretty short, got shorter, built it to over $1 million, but could not
Cisco.
hang
Okay.
on.
I was the button.
It looked real hopeful for a minute there, Lon.
So
but
I think Victor's a big blind alone.
the ugly head
yeah.
of variance reared itself again.
So Pedro Nevis will get some rest. Be back at the action day 2 of the
Raise it
Monster
up.
Stack.
Actually.
Well done,
Sorry,
both of
guys.
you.
My bad, buddy.
That's okay. I know you weren't doing anything.
Thought you were big.
I'm gonna raise.
Raise.
So,
So our final 3.
floor.
Pay bump goes up to 6 figures.
Floor.
Just over 130,000 guaranteed to all of them.
1 second. He's on his way back.
Asking for a floor here. Ace King against Queen 8 pre-flop.
It's Victor's big blind alone.
Yeah, so
It's Victor's big blind. Anthony said raise before I had acted, and I opted to raise.
because 1 big blind.
Well, he changed the action so the raise is not locked in, but I do have to officially warn you.
Yeah.
It was an accident.
It's just someone had just busted.
Just wanted to make sure we had the. Yeah, just make sure we had the rule
The
clear.
raise is not locked in because you changed the action.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's great.
All right.
So that was very nice of John.
That's
Zeno
what he
would
thinks
have
of you,
been
Victor.
held to
That's
that raise
terrible.
if Johns had limped, but he didn't want to take advantage of that. He knew Zeno made an honest mistake. So instead of limping and then re-raising, he said, okay, I'm just going to raise
Queen 8 off.
myself
Come
so that
get
you
it,
have
buddy.
all of your options
Probably
again.
would have won.
That was a real camaraderie moment right there.
Nice. Take a look at the PokerStars leaderboard, 3-handed now. Zeno in charge, 3.2 million. You see things change quickly. Mom, Penny, and Johns very much tied together. Second third. Payouts. Grano making another final table at this year's World Series of Poker. Blom and Negrano both final table the 50K high roller. Won by another player that was at this table, Ryan Bambrick. Look out.
Look at that.
Splash in the pot. Splash in the the payout. That's when the chips had to go back to the original owners.
You still got a lot to learn out there, Victor Blom. Throwing chips like that. Please don't ever play at my table.
Raise. 3-bet.
Re-raise.
Oh, wow.
So
4-bet from
160.
Zeno with sixes.
Yeah, 160.
Blom opened it.
160.
And he's going to come along with his queen 5.
Yeah, he knows his opponents have
I think that's right.
a lot stronger of holdings than he does, but he's getting a great price. He's in position. If he hits a big flop, he could win a huge pot here too. This feels like a very safe flop if you're Anthony Zeno. Little does he know he actually had the second best hand the whole time.
John's still best after that paired board.
And Johns goes ahead and just check raises right away. He wants to take over the betting because if Zeno has something like ace-jack, ace-queen, he doesn't want to give Zeno a chance to check it back on the turn. He wants to be able to get value. That's an awkward card for pocket eights, for sure. Still beating those ace-queen, ace-kings.
Anthony not comfortable.
Zeno has a hand that's kind of similar to ace-king, ace-queen. It's not beating anything that Johns is representing. The fact that he's taken his time, showed this much weakness in his mannerisms, makes me think he's folding.
Buddy, you get it.
Yeah.
What you got?
I'm not telling this one. That one's got to stay secret until the stream.
Felt like queens.
Ian Johns into second
go with
place.
queens.
Victor Blom, the short stack, technically. We're going to be seeing lead changes and short stack changes, I think, about every hand here, Jesse.
Yeah, this is a close race right now. Zeno's pulling away a little bit, but
Raise.
Re-raise.
3-bet.
Check.
Zeno 3-bet pre and then did not follow through with the C-bet, which is a bit surprising. May have allowed Johns to feel confident in this holding and call down at this point. I don't know if Johns would have
Ace.
folded right away on the flop anyways, so.
Another split pot. Both held a tiny ace just a few minutes ago and chopped a pot.
Yeah. Just interesting to note that he's checking the flop at all on 6-6-4 after 3-betting pre-flop. Adds a new wrinkle to the game.
Raise.
Raise.
Nice hand for Johns.
Fold.
Out kicking Blom and suited.
I think this is the first time Johns has played back with a 3-bet from the big blind. Obviously, he's been waiting for some kind of strong holding, which is very fair.
2 diamonds.
And a gut shot for Blom. This is a bit of a spicy board. That's a big turn card for Johns. He's going to feel very much in the driver's seat now.
Raise.
He just raises right away.
Yeah.
And Victor just lets it go.
Yeah, releases pretty quickly.
It's not that difficult to talk yourself into calling one more, see if you can hit your gut shot or your over card.
You know why? You know why Victor looks different to me? I remember he used to have the long flow, didn't he? He used to have the long blonde hair
Yeah.
sticking out of the hat. Now it seems like he's working out a lot more. It's a good look.
He's starting to morph into
Raise.
a second Martin Jacobson. a
Oh,
little
there you
bit to
go.
me, yeah.
One of my favorite final tables ever.
Oh, that was a great one.
Just the way he played.
Yeah.
Perfect poker, I think. As close to it. Big hands. Victor with the advantage.
Zeno with some live cards and a backdoor flush draw. Ooh, double gut shot now for Zeno. He'll fire at it right away. Maybe get some ace highs to fold. Yeah. Getting ace queen to fold, that's massive.
Very nice. Oh. Victor leaks some more chips, and they go to current chip leader, Anthony Zeno. Action happening. Event number 40, the 5K Seniors event, which is what we were supposed to be doing right now, but they had so many entrants, they could not get it done in time. And a lot of familiar faces out there. ODB is out there, original David Baker, even though he's lost 40 pounds, he thinks he should be known as skinny David Baker. Mike Matiso still in out there. Bit of a short stack. PokerStars Star Spotlight, the mouth, says this is going to be a great World Series for him. He's running deep. What used to be one of my events, and now all these poker players who were good when I was young are old enough to play in these events that I only played. Not sure how fair that is. You'll feel it someday, Jesse, when they start taking over. Got Hall of Famers in the senior event. Come on, even though Mike's not one yet.
Listen, I was in the hallway last week trying to convince Norman Chad to play that event so we could commentate on his final table. He refused, despite
What is that
a
one?
lot of pleas from me.
Play Holdem. If there was a
I think
senior,
That's what he
08
told
game,
me.
You know, why isn't there a
No,
senior,
the FT, I mean.
you know, stud,
I
you know, 08 game?
think it's seniors.
You want to know why,
Yeah,
for
it's
real?
Massa, it's seniors.
Because they're already in.
Oh,
yeah.
They're already old
That's
enough.
why, Lon.
Yeah,
Nice.
Every
That's
one of
what
them
you know,
is a
he has to,
I
senior.
knew they were playing right
Good
there in the
one.
room there, but I
Good
didn't
needle.
know they got down to
Oh, awesome.
9 already.
Well, and
Or
Stevie.
maybe they got down to 11 since
It's a
Yeah.
bunch of seniors and Stevie.
old school.
You're big, right? Yeah.
He has an old soul, a mature soul, I should say, not an old soul.
Raise.
Yeah. Old soul is different from an old person. Old soul is okay.
Daniel's fantasy team's having a good day because on his team is him, Daniel, me, and Mike.
Oh,
25K fantasy.
big swing.
Yeah. Anybody else we know at that one?
And big blind, please.
It
I
was
know
like
one of the guys, I
800
think,
in that
unless he
senior
got
high
busted.
roller event.
Okay.
5K each. That's pretty good.
That's insane.
Raise.
That's really incredible. That speaks
is.
speaks well to poker in general.
No, and I think it should send a message to the people who run poker tournaments that the senior clientele is valuable to you. Then you get that many people in the senior range paying 5K. That
Yeah.
means you could get a lot of senior tournaments together, and you'll make your money.
Great.
Raise.
Zeno finds a check raise here, quite standard with top pair. However, he is in a bad situation as it stands. Victor just calls, probably going to raise turn rather than 3-bet flop for the reasons I've drawn out in the
bigger
past.
bet, yeah.
Yep.
Raise.
There you go.
This is kind of classic limit Holdem right here, saving that raise for the turn.
And Zeno recognizes it,
Yeah.
but can he do anything about it?
The problem with Zeno is Victor could have something like pocket tens and be raising because he's going to put in that turn bet and the river bet regardless. So if he raises now, he can charge draws. So you just can't really let it go because your opponent could be raising worse occasionally, not very often. Unfortunately, now you reach the river, you're getting like 8-1, you talk yourself into calling one more.
These stacks are going to get much closer together.
When it really comes down to it, you just have to keep a guy like Victor Blom honest. You can't be overfolding because he'll take advantage of it very quickly.
Yep, so that delta between them has shrunk. Just over 400,000. All the players now over 2 million, things evening out three-handed here at this 10K limit Holdem final table. Well, not only is Octopi Poker home to the best all-in-one study platform for players of all levels, they're also giving you the chance to play in the opening event of the 2025 Poker Masters. This could be your ticket to compete alongside some of the game's biggest stars in poker's most phenomenal arena. Enter for free now at pokergo.com/winmasters. Three bet from Victor with ace king. His sidekick, Anthony Zeno, comes along. Well, nice little flop for Zeno. Picks up some equity.
See your boy over there?
Absolutely. I wouldn't
He's going.
be surprised if we just see a check call here. He has a hand that could
we might be
potentially
here a
win at
while.
showdown. He has some equity.
We have so many chips.
Not the type of hand that you
I have 2
really
million.
look to
I'm
check
short
raise
stack.
too
We're
often.
playing 40 and 80. Like 7 million.
I have a feeling we're going to see
It's fucking huge.
calls from Anthony Zeno all the way down to the river.
Yeah, we're gonna be
Maybe
here.
at the river as well. We'll see.
Yeah, a while.
And yeah, Victor bets again. This makes a lot of sense.
Might
He's
need to
just
start researching 3 a.m.
sort of value
restaurants.
betting, charging draws, protecting his equity type of thing. Sometimes he's behind, but not too often. He knows Anthony Zeno would have check raised
What?
if he had the better hand. Wow.
Right.
He got there on the end. Wasn't the straight. Just the 7 will do the trick for Anthony Zeno. As things go south for
We
Victor
actually have so
Blom
many
there.
chips.
Say again?
We have so many chips.
So many big blinds, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, unless somebody gets really hot, we're going to be here for a long, long time.
I feel like there have been a number of rivers that have devastated Victor Blom, and he just quietly mucks every time. Doesn't show his hand the bad beat. Doesn't say a word.
You know who he is really? If Eric Lindgren and Jeff Mattson had a baby.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
You know, can you see it?
I see it.
Yeah.
I don't know about the.
Well, we will talk to them about that. You know.
No, I mean. Maybe we should. This is a very strong individual in terms of the peak of humanity. You know, maybe more of these guys would be good. We could make a Victor Blom that doesn't want to gamble and he just cures cancer or something.
Yeah, right. Blom's ace coming up short again.
Ace King?
Ace king.
Yeah, nice hand.
On to the next.
Do you play Big O?
Really nice set of value bets
I
there
mean,
by Jones.
I'm not like great at it, but yeah, I would
I
totally
think a lot
have
of
played that
players
if I
might
was
miss the.
able. Shit.
Well, we can still play. Like,
Yeah.
Especially
I'm
the
supposed to
river
fly
value
home. I'm
bet.
supposed to fly home
Oh, wow.
as
With
soon
the
as
triple.
this tournament ended. So.
For
I
value,
gotta
I
fly
think a
home
lot
and
of
I'm gonna
players
come
would
back
miss
on
that, but
Tuesday
Johns
for a
just
bunch of
finds it
events I
very
wanna play,
easily.
so.
Just shows how strong of a player he is.
But yeah, I need to get home for a minute.
I know
The
Victor will
biggest
be in there.
mistake you can make
In the Big
in
O.
Limit Hold'em is not
Yeah.
finding all of your value bets.
Right.
It's such a value-oriented game.
3-bet pre and value bet ace high on all 3 streets.
Raises, though, are going to be regarded a little heavier, though, in this game. Because I would think, I mean, do you believe them more in limit than you do in no limit?
Raises?
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's not a lot of room to get folds. So they're almost always oriented towards value. They're lighter value. For instance, you might raise top pair weak kicker, where you don't see that in no limit very often. But
so the effective bluff is a real skill in this game.
yeah, it's quite difficult to bluff. It's really difficult if you're a person who tries to bluff in this game. It's really easy to over bluff. So the real difficulty is finding the right frequency of bluffs without overdoing it. Most people just don't bluff because it's easier to do it that way.
Right, exactly.
But that becomes really easy to play against for obvious reasons.
Well, these gentlemen here utilized a new app to enter this tournament, the new WSOP Plus app. You have to download on your phone to verify. And then after that, you can enter tournaments, you can check results, you can put in your chip stack so everybody can follow you. A lot more information coming from that app, and it has changed the game really in a big way, more than anything has in a long time here at the World Series of Poker. So check it out, WSOP Plus app. You'll need it if you come play. Chip leader right there, Anthony Zeno.
Race.
Zeno was in 4th place when we started 9-handed quite a while ago, before we began our telecast.
I don't have ace king suited this time.
Victor said that because John's has 3-bet the last 2 or 3 blind versus blind confrontations.
Victor knows he's got to get busy. So where, at what street or what part of the hand is most effective to be aggressive? If you are needing to be aggressive to rebuild your stack and get back in the game, as Victor seems to need to do right now, even though he's got a lot of chips. I mean, is there a pre-flop raise that, and then follow up? Is there a line you can take that can be a little uber aggressive or maybe outside the standard limit type action?
I would imagine that if there's a street where people are folding too much, it might be the flop. Just because we're 3-handed now, which means players have to play a wide range of hands. And it's really easy to overfold the flop. If you think about what price you're getting and how often you need to defend to keep your opponent honest, you have to defend a tremendous percentage of your range on the flop. And sometimes that means calling with some jack highs, queen highs. So I would guess that if you're ever going to exploit your opponents, it's going to be there. Obviously, you'd prefer to have your opponents overfold on the turn to river because the pot's bigger at that point. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers when it comes to getting a bluff through.
You see with the ace, Ian willing to put chips into the pot, hoping to get to showdown, but Zeno with queens up right there just was too adamant. And the message got through to Ian Johns and he folded.
Raise it.
3-bet.
This is also something that you're going to see a lot. The small blind, when they enter the pot versus a button raise, they quite often, if not always, come in for a 3-bet. And it's not so much to get, they're never getting the button to fold, it's more that they keep the big blind out of the hand and deny their equity. And that's enough of a win to just make sure that you 3-bet every time. Really nice flop here for Johns, obviously. But also, Zeno turning enough of it to,
Oh,
whoa.
wow, he turns it around.
Not
Runner,
just the
runner.
river card, but John's turn check back was really surprising.
He's
I
gonna
would
pay
think-
off, but the check
Yeah.
there was better.
The nifty check raise.
You were good until.
It's actually funny. He saved himself a bet because of that river. I still think he wants to bet the turn, but because the river was an ace, and we know Zeno wasn't folding the turn, he had a pair. That was really wild.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, if you want to get on the road, there are 3 more EPT stops in 2025 at the end of the summer, August 18 to 31. The poker world's going to be gathering in Barcelona for the biggest Euro event of the year, October 1st through 12th. Back to Malta for the first time since 2016, and the EPT season concludes in Prague, December 3rd through 14th. Beautiful down there, up there, that time of year. For more details on the EPT, check out the PokerStars live app.
No.
Cool.
Prague, Christmas time.
Sorry, it's just a reaction. I didn't mean to yell at you.
John's with a very real hand
I would
here.
never.
And he's up against the type of hand that he loves being up against. 2 unders, offsuit.
Nothing for Victor. Yep, and he gives it up quickly.
Yeah, maybe if we had something like the 9 of diamonds in our hand, we could continue, but
Oh, what's up, Alan? Is that Alan? Yo.
that was pretty meager for old Blom. Victor is now slid into 3rd place.
Another FT over there.
That could also be the senior's second table.
Oh, yeah.
Actually seems kind of likely.
Yeah. Race.
Raise 2 bet.
Raise with a pocket pair. And take it.
Rare big blind fold versus the button open. You don't see it often, but it does happen.
These tables are a workout for the players and the dealers.
They
These
are.
are huge tables.
Yeah.
You can see every dealer having to stand up and reach across, and we've seen in other events with the players when they get heads up, it's hard for them to get their chips over to the dealer.
I feel for these dealers. Dealers develop bad backs over many years of reaching over for chips, and that's
Like-
at a normal table on.
I like the scoreboard. Now we just need to put chip counts up there, and that would be very easy to let the folks follow along. We have the live chip counts. We can put them right up there.
You don't like the bracelet count up there? Come on. You guys are always asking for more, man. You poker players.
It's all about the customer. People, oh, what's the chip count? What's the chip count? I can see the flop, but what's the chip count? You know?
No, I mean, I'm
There's
with you.
scoreboards.
That'd be nice.
A scoreboard.
Race.
Raise 2 bet.
We had the chip counts on some side digital banner when I was at the final table of the main, and I had to keep getting
Oh,
out of my
right, I
seat and
remember
walking over to look at the chip
Oh, yeah,
stacks.
it was on that for the front of the pennant teller.
Yeah, I'd kind of
Your
get up and
edge.
go around and then come back to my seat and play the hand.
Yeah, it's not important that you see it. It's important that we see it. Okay,
True.
Jesse?
Bet.
I feel you.
Had you ever had an entrance like that before, anywhere?
What do you mean?
Your entrance, when they announced you coming in, did you
Well,
came running down the
where I
stairs?
picked a song and I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
walked
yeah.
out by a couple of ring girls.
Yeah,
Yeah, every day when
That
I
was
when I
something.
get out of bed, that's how I enter the.
Ace, ace.
that would be funny. That'd be a good commercial.
That
But
would
they
be
did
it.
that
Yeah.
then, didn't they? Weren't they doing that? Where you were introduced to the crowd? And
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to pick my walkout song.
What was it? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was Titanium. I had been listening to this this cover of Titanium every day that got me pumped up. It was this
Okay.
kid who plays piano. He's like 10 years old and he's a phenom, and he was playing piano and singing
Have
Titanium.
you guys met before?
And you were last
Wow.
to come down, right? Were you chip leader coming in?
Yeah,
So you were last to walk in.
I guess so. Yeah.
Very cool.
Oh, there's no experience like that. I wish they'd bring back the November 9. That was
Yes.
such a unique.
Raise 3
And
I think
fun
I'm in the
experience.
minority. I agree with you.
I have
I
like
loved it.
Yeah, I thought it was so cool.
Victor has
They
about
thought it was
2.
unfair to the
Anthony has about
players
3,
to
I think.
stop. And it's like, it affects
I
9
think it's
of
like
them.
me and Victor have 2.
And they're going to
and
do
Anthony has
so
3.
great, and it's going to be so good for them. They're going to love the attention. And it wasn't bad for you, right?
Yeah,
Stop
and
the tournament.
If they're
necessarily.
worried about players like studying in the time between, just give them a month. Don't give them 3 months.
Yeah.
But a month is enough time
we
to
had
for
to
everyone
run the
to prepare.
TV shows.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that part of it.
That's why. I mean, when our last Tuesday night show happened, and the next week you guys were on live. So it just all worked. Then came streaming and live poker, and everybody knows who won.
Yeah.
That was unique. I thought it was a huge win.
No, there was nothing like that. I look back at that so fondly. Just those years, even not just my.
Oh yeah, it was a blur. It was a poker blur. Poker was everywhere. Updating all the chip counts to see. Zeno up to 3.5 million, Blom down to 1.5.
Raise to bet.
Blom
Raise.
gonna play a little bit of a bully here. You want to have some raises in your range that aren't just premium hands when your opponent limps in.
Check.
Semi-interesting flop here, Blom. Does have backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw.
Zeno with his undraw.
Zeno has a clean gutter to the nuts. And he's going to raise right away and just get away with it, too. That's a big pickup. Anytime you can get your opponent to fold when they've already put chips in on that street and they fold that street, that's massive. It doesn't happen very often in Limit Hold'em.
Zeno not running over the table quite yet, but certainly asserting his dominance.
I mean, if you haven't seen all of the hands he's been dealt, you're sitting at the table, you don't know what he has. Probably feels like you're being run over.
Raise.
Yeah.
Raise to bet.
We know he's had it most of the time, but
Couple of weak aces. John's has been here before. Ace for both.
Bet.
Big chance for a split
Raise
pot
to bet.
again.
Raise.
Raise to bet.
Blom with the 3-bet.
Call.
He said, you're not going to raise the flop and then just check back the turn. I'm going to control the betting and keep it. Keep it moving here.
Case ace.
And now, on this turn, John's obviously feeling a bit better about his hand because he has trips, but also probably thinks that Blom isn't going to follow through with a bluff in this manner very often, if at all. So now he's a little skeptical because he has in his mind the worst
Ace.
kicker. It turns out they just chop, but
Yeah.
The lowest.
Oh, wow. That 5 really put some worry into both of them.
yeah, neither player was very happy once they started saying
Yeah.
ace.
Love to hear that.
Me too.
Just like you do.
Yeah.
Again? He's chopped that hand 3 times, I think. Twice with Zeno, now once with Victor.
Yeah, but this one was almost a relieving chop. The other ones were like, oh, I wish I won the whole pot.
That was
This
a fun
like,
one, yeah.
Yeah. So it was like, I think you have it. Oh, good. You only have half of it.
So the weak ace, as it were, and no limit is not really a thing here. Not as much of a thing, because you want the you see a lot of weak aces played. It's a chance to win a lot of pots.
Yeah, specifically because we're 3-handed now. You're not really folding an ace in most positions. If we were 6-handed, under the gun wouldn't be playing ace 3 offsuit.
It's similar to no limit.
Yeah.
You know, with 2 unders.
There are rules and regulations we have to abide by, Lon. One of them is you can't play ace-3 offsuit under the gun.
Okay.
All right.
I am small.
Yes.
Yep.
The ladies love us.
That's a pretty good stat.
All right.
6
small
final
blind.
tables.
That is real healthy.
Raise 2-bet.
Raise.
Raise 3-bet. One call.
This'll dur.
Oh,
Ace
so-
king suited here.
I got it.
Seen that happen
One
before.
chip there too, I think. It's a red chip there.
He would love to get a little momentum going for himself.
The king would open.
How about a straight? Although,
Although 2 hearts came out also.
I mean, Victor's been running bad lately, so I'm not really trying to say this should happen, but it would be a bit fitting for Johns if you were to make a flush against Victor straight, as the opposite happened earlier.
Important turn card here.
Bet. Call.
Just a call.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think Johns believes that Victor will be folding anything versus a raise he's representing.
No heart.
Bet.
Yeah. He had to stick around. Victor picks up a nice pot. We know his skills are there. Needs a little better card distribution. The legend can continue into the live world after bursting onto the poker scene in '09. Mentioned his heads-up battles. And he was fun to watch. One of the few poker players that people railed online to watch play heads up. And that was the time.
That was a time. He was playing against Patrick Antonius, Phil Ivey, and I want to say Phil Galfond, all at the same time.
Yeah.
Heads up versus each of them across multiple tables.
Somebody mentioned that he must have a missing chromosome, I think is what they said.
I won the blind.
I mean, that might be one of the sickest things I've ever seen in poker.
I mean, to take on all comers, but at the same time.
Yeah. It was either Phil Galfond or Brian Hastings. I know Brian Hastings was the
was
one
part
who
of
ended up
that
winning
group, yeah.
like $4 million off of him. But
And they got into a little trouble too.
I believe that was just while they were playing heads up against each other. I don't think there were 2 other players playing. I could be
Not
wrong.
that, no, you're correct. Not that 3 against 1 action. Or 3 for 1.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't like they teamed up on him or anything. It was more like
No, they did that
they were
later.
all willing to play, and he just decided to take on all 3 at the same time.
Right.
That's like on some Magnus Carlsen type of.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just take on 20. Well, Jim Shahade does that in her classes too with the youth and walks around the room and plays 20 different games at the same time.
True. By the way, this flop is unbelievable.
Oh, look at that.
John's with a set, Blum with top pair, strong kicker. Johns finds that turn 3 bet. Suddenly Victor is a lot less happy about his hand.
It
He
should
set up-
be. He's drawn dead.
Yeah, I mean, he set up that turn raise, and until his opponent 3 bet, he thought he was in the driver's seat.
Yeah, he knows what he might be up against. Carolyn pulls in the pot. It's a big pot. 840,000. Another king would be devastating.
Oh, about another 9.
Another 9 was not as devastating, but it's just as bad.
5-9.
No, you're right. A king might have been a little bit worse. Maybe we put in a raise on the king. Maybe not. He's really just beating the same number of hands.
3.2 million now for Johns. See Victor down to $1.3 million, chip leader. Anthony Zeno, 3.5. Mandy, loving what she's seeing so far. Her man, Ian Johns, once again flexing his poker muscle in this year's edition of the 10K Limit Hold'em Championship. You know he looks for it first thing on the calendar when they put out the schedule early part of the year. We're going to Vegas. We're going to be there in mid-June.
If Victor were to bust out at this final table, how many seconds do you think it would take for him to get a seat in the next tournament?
Oh, well, with the WSOP Plus app, he could do it on the walkout.
I feel like he's utilizing that as well. He's not a guy who messes around, takes his time. He doesn't really need a break to get his head right, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Bet. Way too bet.
Well,
Victor's 7 was better until the 10 fell.
Check.
I think this is about where Victor checks out, yeah. This has been quite the frustrating series of hands for Victor Blom.
Really has been. Been the chip leader for 2 days, and it's all coming back. Get ready for nonstop action at Play Poker Go, the free online poker game where it's all real all the time. Dive into ring games, crush tournaments, and spend your way to glory in the all-new No Gamble, No Future Sit and Goes featuring the Wheel of Gain. No deposits, no risk, just pure poker. Play now at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. 3-bet from Johns with jacks. King's 9 suited. We'll see a flop. Victor looking to get some traction, has not been able to find it. Does find the king.
There's a little hope.
Check.
Check. Bet.
Check.
Check. Bet.
Check and a bet.
This actually feels like a close one for Johns. Jacks is not really the pair you want to hero with. You'd much rather have something like pocket 8s. Because when you have 2 jacks in your hand, you're blocking some of the hands Victor might bluff with, something like Jack 10, Jack 9. Yeah, he finds a fold. This is really nice stuff. I've just liked everything Johns has done so far.
Victor stacking some chips that used to be his, I'm sure. 3-handed. We started on day 1 with 118 entries. Actually, they allowed entry into day 2, as seems to be the case. $10,000 buy-in, 90-minute levels now. First couple of days were 60-minute levels. And, the freeze out. Late entry, okay, but no entry, no re-entry.
Really? Okay.
Freeze out. You know what they call that? Poker tournament.
Not a lot of those poker tournaments.
There are
these
not a lot
days.
of poker tournaments anymore,
Yeah.
no.
No, I didn't know you were on that side of the fence. I knew where Norm was at.
We're both old school. You know.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And we both agree that, you know, for the health of the game, for the health of the card rooms and the casinos, you need to have some
Raise.
re-entry.
Way too bet.
But let's not get crazy.
Call.
You knew the king was coming.
Bet.
feel like Zeno hasn't been involved in a pot in nearly 3 orbits, and yet
Pretty
his chip
quiet.
stack looks the exact same. I don't know what happened there, but
28th World Series of Poker. Cash.
Raise.
Raise to bet. Call.
Just leave. I can't watch you be this bored. I said I can't watch you be this bored.
I made him cup.
You can't sweat shit, right? It's like useless.
John's finally showing his real mercy, telling them they can leave. They look too bored.
Call.
Come on, man. This is real riveting stuff. Ooh, queen on the turn for Anthony Zeno.
Bet.
And Blom's going to continue. Charging things like 8-9, Jack-9. Potentially folding out some ace highs. He might get something like ace-3 offsuit to fold here.
Victor looking for some specific help on the river. Nope, no kings.
Now Zeno leads. This is very peculiar. This could potentially elicit a call from Victor Blom if Victor thinks that it's possible that Zeno plays 8-9 this way or Jack-9, something of that nature, but he just lets it go. He says, I really doubt you're taking this line as a bluff, and that's probably a great call by him. Or I should say great fold.
No,
A
it's
great
okay, I have in
decision,
the back.
Lon.
Thank you.
Well said. 3 times.
Thank you. Third time's always the charm.
It's usually. The mind games are very interesting in limit as you try to figure out, you know, what equities your opponents are holding based on what they've shown down.
Call.
Raise.
It's a lot more immediate, it seems. I mean, you can take a player's long history or if you've played with them before, but this seems to be more, I don't know, recent history actions in my mind. I could be totally off, but you know, you build impressions with someone, but I think every game is going to be a little more specific than a long-range no-limit Holdem resume. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, we certainly don't get to play limit Holdem nearly as much in the tournament format as no limit, so it's
Right.
really hard to develop that sort of resume in the game. For all we know, the best player in the field could never have cashed so far. It's just easy to run bad for 12 years in a row.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a living example
Have you played this event 12 years in a row?
now. not actually this event.
I would love to just randomly see you at the final table next year.
Raise to bet.
Okay.
80.
Not randomly, but you know what I mean.
No,
You
I know
just
what you
decide to sign up for the first time and you make the final table, and you don't say a word about it until the feature table shows up.
Right.
I'm like, wait, Llama Karen's at
I,
this.
yeah, I can't work that event.
I'd be into that. We can get you on board, buddy.
I would need about 9,990 backers.
I'll chip in $1
Thank you.
if that's what you're saying.
Start the ball rolling.
So you know what trips, and John's is still betting.
Raise.
I should say is betting. John's
Raise to bet.
did check the flop and Zeno checked back.
No hesitation from Ian.
Now he pays off the turn raise. Zeno has checked back a couple of flops with top pair or better now, and he's
Okay.
been paid off every time for it.
Bet.
And this becomes a little awkward for Johns. He has a decent hand to bluff raise, but he probably...
He's got the best no pair hand.
I think he's beginning to suspect that Zeno has something really strong here. And so bluff raising not very enticing.
Gotta take your chances. What's your read? Good read. Okay, so the rails in limit Holdem, not quite the same.
A
okay?
little more subdued, you might say, but
Nothing against them. I'm just saying they're different.
very loyal rails.
Oh yeah. Oh well. Long hour rails.
You saw that a different section of the rail was just told that they were allowed to leave, but they said, no, we're going to stick it out.
Raise.
Raise to bet.
Those are my people right there.
Yeah. Loyal people. That's family. Mom takes it.
Note that John's just folded Queen 9 suited in the small blind. I think that might be a slight adjustment to the tournament format.
Today's Poker Go live stream is brought to you by True Classic, the only shirts we trust to look sharp and feel even better. Whether you're grinding on the felt or heading out for the night, True Classic's fit is next level. Affordable, comfortable, and built for real guys. Go to trueclassictees.com and upgrade your wardrobe today.
Right, button's good there.
This just feels like Zeno's tournament at this point. He's just running away with it. Every time I look down, he has top pair or better. And he's scooping a large pot.
And he's taking from both equally.
Yeah, very fair, the way he's going about this demolition.
Raise to bet. Call. Check. 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 Bet.
And give up.
It's interesting, Johns may have found a win there if he started betting his gut shot. However, Zeno's been checking back so many top pairs, he was a little afraid to do so.
This tournament update brought to you by Splash Sports. Good field of 118. 3 remaining. Average stack now right now, 2.36 million. I think Zeno has the bulk of it, so the other two are a bit short. Defending champion is John Racner, 2010 main event runner-up. Do you guys have a club?
We
Runner-up?
do, actually.
Do you?
Yeah.
All right.
The runner-ups, we meet at the Sizzler once a month and we cry. It's a good group, man. Every year we pick up someone pretty fantastic.
Pick up a new one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Come along. Need a bigger car every year.
We have a good crew, man. We got Dave Williams, we got Jay Farber.
Oh, wow. So you got the food and you got the party.
Yeah.
Farber and Williams. Yeah.
I mean, they run the show.
I'm sure they do.
Seidel does not answer our phone calls every time we invite him.
No.
No, he's not. One time I told him about the second place club and he asked me what I got second place in. So that's how that went.
How about Demidov? Does he come around?
No, but you know, we
He's a
should
doubles runner-up.
we
for
should
Europe
follow up
and-
on we should follow up on that.
Raise to bet.
Raise.
He'd be a great get.
I bet.
120.
I always really liked Adrian Attenborough. I think he was a good addition as well.
Yeah, but every time you wanted to do something, you have to wait 18 minutes for him to decide.
Yeah, he takes a long time to order down at the Sizzler.
By the way, Racner won a bracelet just a few days ago. in the 1500 bounty event. Congrats to John.
Wow, he just keeps getting it done
He
year
does.
after year.
Yeah. Bracelet number 3 for John Racner. Congratulations. King 10 is best here.
Okay.
Oh. So Zeno made a speculative call on the flop, thinking that his hand might be good, and that's actually going to cost him an additional bet on this King River. Could be worse.
A wry chuckle from the chip leader as the former chip leader picks up a few more. Back into second place. Second place worth 130,447. Quite a stark difference, but it's all relative when you enter a 100K tournament, as we announced recently. The payouts are going to be a little
Nice.
bigger than a $10,000
Too bad.
entry.
Yeah.
And the numbers you get in limit are a little different. But, you know, 13x payout is still a 13x payout. That's for third place.
That's it.
I have to imagine Ant starts betting here. He's quite content. Just going for value.
Okay.
He'll be very happy with his hand until Victor raises, which he won't be doing with the pocket fives.
Bet. Call.
7.
Sevens are good. Queens on board. Pocket fives don't work for Victor Blom there.
That's a very unfortunate run out for Victor Blom.
Just the nature of the game. Nature is shorthanded. Opponents are going to play more cards. Get some random sevens in there to crush your fives. Feels like a pocket pair should be worth more than hitting a pair, you know? I don't know how you can quantify that.
Raise.
Raise 2 bet.
I mean, we could make a new format where that's true.
Call.
We're always looking for new games, Lon.
They are, absolutely. Ace high still good.
Bit of a light defend from Blom with the 8-4 offsuit. That said, you just
Oh, I can live it.
you peel nearly everything given the price and the fact that you'll be in position.
Maybe you wanted one more win
Can
for
we
the
have
break.
a longer break next
And
time
it
to
is
this
break time, as you see. Anthony Zeno left behind as the chip leader. Almost 4 million now you see on the PokerStars leaderboard as we go to a short break. Ian Johns in second place, Victor Blom starting to rebuild. So things have changed since we began our coverage. Nevis is gone, Zeno in the lead. We'll be back with more after a short break. It's a bracelet night here, 10K limit hold. Back in Las Vegas at the Horseshoe and the Paris Hotel for World Series of Poker event number 41, the 10K limit Holdem event, 118 entries down to our final 3. And we're down to our final 2 announcers. Myself, Lon McCarran, and Jesse Sylvia bringing you the action. World Series of Poker bracelet to be handed out tonight. 3 payouts brought to you by Octopi Poker. All pretty strong for a 10K buy-in, and that Number of entries, 130,000 goes out next. Up to 188 grand, and the winner tonight with the
I'm here, guys,
bracelet
don't kill me.
and
We're not killing your hand.
$282,000. Level 22.
Trying to get a waitress,
See,
actually.
the blinds are 25 and 50K.
Yeah,
The
this
limits,
thing's going to muck anyway.
50 and 100K. So the stacks got a little bit shorter, Jesse Sylvia.
Well, shorter for two
Relatively,
players.
yeah.
For one man, stacks have only been going up for the most part.
Anthony Zeno has made the big moves forward.
I didn't know I had a water.
Victor Blom
Chris,
has been
I'm
the
good. I
chip
didn't even know I
leader
had a water.
through the early days. There he is right there, but now the short stack.
Bet.
No, but you're right. With the other two players dwindling and the blinds going up, all of a sudden it feels like we're quite short relative to last level. Only 16 big bets deep for the second biggest stack. And look at this river. This feels like one where Blom will be paying off a raise potentially. Can't imagine Johns doesn't raise the river here.
Thinking about it.
There it is.
Had raising chips in hand.
That said, Blum doesn't have to pay this off by any means. It might be theoretically a pay. If you think your opponent's not capable of finding enough raises here, you can let it go pretty happily. Nice job by him.
He did. Yep.
Even if you don't think your opponent is under bluffing, it's not like calling with the four of spades is just printing a ton of money. So no shame in playing it carefully there.
A little extra pain paying him off with the level up.
Oh yeah, now it's become maybe not quite do or die point, but it's getting a lot closer.
Yeah, they can see it from here. Yeah.
2 bets.
Blom raises with paint. Chip leader, Zeno. And the big blind. Okay. Couple extra 25K chips. I'll see a flop. King 10 tray. Good flop for Blom.
Zeno coming along with the Jack 8.
Yeah.
That is a bad card for Zeno. That means he's going to stick around despite drawing to just the chop.
Check.
Yeah, what do you do now? You've picked up equity here, but you're not even thrilled to
Right.
see your opponent bet.
The 0% just means Zeno cannot win it outright.
Just folds
He
the
can
open
lose it
ender.
outright.
Yeah. You might give that one a little think. Just anytime you've picked up equity and you find yourself having to fold and limit Holdem, maybe you could have folded the previous street, if that's true. But then again, maybe he just expects his opponent to check back a lot after he's called the flop and he finds a little bluff on the river. I don't know. I don't know what his plans were.
Kind of personality driven. I mean, he's got a very decent stack, twice as much as second place. Actually, he's got them both covered, doesn't he? Got the table covered. So, can he be a little looser? Can he? I mean, you don't want to be reckless.
No, but you can start to put on a little more pressure.
Right.
Certainly, Johns wouldn't mind waiting out Blom or vice versa. One of them to bless. So as players get shorter and shorter, you can start
I
putting on
fold.
more and more pressure.
Raise. Raise. 2 bets.
Yeah, Johns will come along.
Heads up. Bet it.
Ace high, huge advantage here.
Blom immediately continues.
It's possible. Yes, he could have a 6.
If you have a 6, you could be betting a king. John's with ace high. He knows right where he's at. He needs to keep defending here if he thinks his opponent is tough and
You win.
can bluff
Eight
plenty.
high.
Yeah, well done by Johns.
Hmm. Ace high, getting it done.
I think if you're folding a hand as good as ace-8 high on the king 6 deuce 6, you're probably folding a little too often, and you're letting Victor get away with something.
Oops, sorry.
It's so hard to know exactly where the line is.
Yeah.
And that's why blind versus blind play is so tough, but it just feels that way.
Raise.
Victor gets an ace. Not sure if that was the replacement for the misdealt dealt card or not. First card to him flipped over.
What happened? Hold on, I think. Oh, yeah, I think you put in the wrong amount, Anthony. No, he's got to put in 2 more chips. What am I going crazy?
There is one. So this is
Anthony, you have to raise to 3 bets.
What did I put? How
You
much
put
did
in
I
the wrong amount.
I put too few. Okay.
He called already.
Yeah.
We'll never know if you meant to call or raise. It is what it is.
We'll never know.
that's it. 10 of diamonds.
I would like to politely ask Johns to stop doing my job. Victor finally finds himself on the right end of a flop. And now that this became a 3-bet pot, probably inadvertently by Zeno, it's become quite inflated. I don't know if he just
How much
folds
did I
flop.
have
Wow,
out?
he does though.
You had 50 out and you threw out 3
Nice
chips.
job.
I threw 3 chips?
Yeah.
Oh, I meant to.
So you left 125 out there, which is half a bet, which is a raise.
I thought I threw 2 out.
Yeah.
It was inadvertent.
No, you definitely had 120. You put 125.
Okay.
You meant to raise or call?
You meant to call.
I thought I threw 2 chips. I had king 10, and there's a 10 exposed. So.
Yeah, probably not the time you want a 3-bet. King 10 with the 10 exposed.
Okay. Raise.
Raise. 3 bets.
That's one thing that people often
Re-raise.
forget. You can just verbally announce what you're doing. And then it becomes very difficult to misclick. So you know with a 4-bet here, it's a little surprising with the queen-jack offsuit, but
And he is dominated. There's a queen and
oh
a jack.
my goodness.
Well done, Ant.
It's like he knows it's coming. I was going to say it might set up some ability to bluff later on, like you've represented a stronger hand than you have.
Oh, wow. 3rd spade now. More equity for Victor.
Certainly, and he thinks he doesn't need it, but we know he does. Some sort of improvement would be critical here. Victor would be very short if he loses this pot. Yeah, Ant's gonna raise right now.
Raise. 2 bets.
And how can Blom ignore this?
No, we're going nowhere. Maybe make a tough decision on the river. Probably just call on a brick. Hand's just too
Oh,
strong.
a spade
That,
comes.
that is quite a sight for Victor. Puts a bet out immediately. I wonder if Ant gets away from this.
That
I don't
would be
know if
strong.
you do. Victor would need to turn some sort of pair into a bluff likely to have enough bluffs here, but he's just obviously capable of it. And even though he just snap bet, and it looks like he has what he does have.
Well,
if anyone's
Victor's also capable of setting up a bluff.
Yeah,
Acting like he's
certainly.
going to be hitting that, you know.
Maybe he calls to something like King 10 no spade on the turn with the plan to bluff a spade river, for sure. Or Ace 10. Ace 10 makes a lot of sense. It might think it's possibly still the best hand. Yeah, Zeno's going to pay it off.
Got to pay it off, I think.
Showdown. And flush.
That's a
great
brutal
pickup.
river for Zeno, and the first real chink in his armor.
after finding life. Still the shortest of the three, but that, as you said, would have made him around $1 million, maybe a little bit less if he had lost that pot. So that was huge. True classic chip denominations. Just 2 chips in play. The old rusty 5K and the vibrant lime green 25Ks.
Raise 2 bets. Okay.
Classic showdown in any form of Holdem, and an ace out there.
Check.
Note that John's just called pre-flop against Eno's raise. It's possible that he's playing a pure call strat out of the big blind. There's so few hands that you really want to 3-bet badly that a lot of players will just play only call or fold out of the big blind to disguise their strongest hands.
Oh, what a turn.
My goodness.
Little adjustment of the glasses, and thank you, he said to himself.
Well, if you ever needed a good spot to put you right back on track.
Right.
He might have preferred the
2 bets.
5 of spades,
Yeah.
but he'll take it.
He'll probably make about the same unless there's a heart on the river.
Check. Ready?
Yep, quick payoff.
So,
Showdown.
They ain't coming back.
Payback. Same hand.
yeah. Yeah.
Nice hand.
Anthony Zeno riding the ship right
Yeah, I
away.
had queens in that one.
Yeah, no, obviously I knew I got very lucky. It was just one of those things.
Yeah, just one of those limit Hold'em things.
Yeah, it's just gonna happen.
Yeah.
Raise 2 bets. Okay. That's it. Okay. Raise 2 bets.
A call of hope from Ian Johns. Another spade. Got a little hope.
Ready. Raise 2 bets.
Just an ace. Thought I might have the best hand.
Fair enough.
Nice bet from Johns. Stole that one away. Gotta feel good.
Certainly after losing that last pot, it feels really nice to just pick up a couple small ones. Get right back in the mix. We've really started to flatten out a little bit.
I was going to say, Anthony may be hearing some footsteps from both sides of his seat in the middle of this final table. Well, there are 3 more EPT stops left in 2025 at the end of the summer. August 13th through August 18th and 31st, the Poker World will be in Barcelona for the biggest European event of the year, October 1st through 12th. Returning to Malta for the first time since 2016. And then the EPT season concludes in Prague, December 3rd through 14th. For more details on EPT, check out the PokerStars live app. Do you think you learn more about your opponents and tendencies and limit than you do in no limit, or is it pretty much the same? I mean, because it is mechanical, you're kind of seeing how they go through their stack and maneuver their stack and try to maneuver the other players. I think it's a little more telling, as it were, the longer you play with someone in limit?
No, actually, I think that's a really good question, and I do think you learn their tendencies more in limit because you see showdowns so much more often, and so you get to confirm exactly what they had after taking a specific line.
Makes perfect sense, yeah.
We've seen probably more showdowns in this first hour and a half than we saw
right?
in 7 hours
Yeah.
in our past No Limit Holdem broadcasts. It's not hard to see a lot of showdowns when you're getting 8-1 on the river every single time.
No river that time. Victor gave it up. And it's at some point you just feel like you're throwing chips, into the abyss. But again, you can't ignore the 8-1 factor. But you have to, you're cut off. You need one a bartender out there. You're cut off now, sir. You're done throwing chips in the middle.
Yeah, it really can be sort of exactly as you described. You feel as if you're never winning, but you only need to win like 12% of the time.
Right.
And if you respect your opponent, you want to keep them honest and say, if you bluff more than 12% of the time here, I'm gonna be calling you down. So
and from what I'm learning from you and from this, it's critical to keep them honest. Your opponents.
Definitely, as players get better and better, defending your share of the pot becomes more and more important. These are 3 very strong players. Anthony Zeno, by the way, for those who don't know about Anthony Zeno, he made his way into the tournament scene as a very strong No Limit Hold'em player. He won a number of tournaments, I believe 3 World Poker Tours in around a year, which is kind of unheard of.
Which was one off the record, I believe.
Yeah. Then continued on winning bracelets. And then he's kind of made his way into mixed games in the last 6 or 7 years. And he's been doing really well in the mixed game scene. Winning a couple more bracelets. Final tabling a number of events.
Yeah, 5 bracelets total. It's a
Thank you,
good
bud.
group.
He won the 10K stud high tournament. That is, if I had to pick the game that I think is the hardest to play, it might be stud high. I am consistently lost in stud high.
Is that right?
Yeah, because it feels like an easy game.
So what's your
At the
league, do you
surface
think?
level.
Are you not giving enough credit? Or are you...
Lon, if I knew,
Okay,
it probably wouldn't be
fair
a league.
point, fair point.
I don't know. I just think it's a more complex game than we give it credit for, potentially.
No, there's nuance to Limit Hold'em that I'm sure people
What?
aren't aware of, that I've not been aware of, and
I don't eat that
it's
shit.
fascinating. There's a lot more mental aspect to it. And I
I
give
had
it
a
credit
Mother Earth
for it.
bowl with double salmon today.
Quick bet from Victor. Jacks for Zeno.
Greg said he thinks I look exactly the same.
Yeah, blind versus blind, queen high, backdoor flush draw. A lot of good reasons to defend. Look at this. Zeno's going to check the turn. The presence of the king, he feels like there's a few too many hands that are beating him.
Yeah.
Once it goes check, check, he's very happy to fire in a value bet. But by the way, Victor folded awfully quickly. That's a very professional fold right there. I don't know. I might have given that one some thought. Queen high
he saw
on ace, king,
resistance.
king.
He felt resistance from Anthony
Yeah.
the whole way. And the ace didn't seem quite as
I
true.
fold.
I think this is our first limp from the small blind from Victor. You've seen very little of that.
John's caught his 3.
Ooh, that's a big card for Victor. Picks up a Open-ended straight draw, potentially a flush draw. He doesn't know if his flush draw is good, but just
He'll take
takes
it
it down
there.
right there. Yeah,
Take it right there.
nice stuff. The biggest difference, I would say, between limit hold'em and no limit hold'em is that in no limit hold'em, it's important to play your big pots really well because they're bigger pots. They mean a lot. You have to play them well. In limit hold'em, most of the pots are the same size, so it's just important that you play every single hand as flawlessly as possible. If you
Realizing
make a
your
couple
equity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you make a couple of mistakes in limit hold'em in the small pots, but you play phenomenally well in the big pots and outplay your opponents in the big pots, you know, that can easily make up for the small pots, or more so than that. It can propel you ahead. But in limit hold'em, you just have to be really consistent with your play.
Raise.
Sneaky little limp with ace-king from Zeno.
Reduced a raise from Victor, as Victor will do.
And he just calls. He doesn't want to let his opponent know that he's strong here.
And there's an 8 and
And he'll be rewarded with
And
this
ace.
flop.
Yep.
Yeah, this is exactly what he was looking for when he limped in.
little delay on the call.
I think he
Little
was
theater.
considering check raising the flop, but he decided, okay, I'll just put my raise in on the turn.
Crushing.
Unfortunately for him, oh no, I was going to say unfortunately this might be a card that Blom slows down on, but no, Blom fires again, and we'll see what happens when he check raises. Blom has made a number of quick folds against resistance in these spots, but I don't know about this one. We'll see.
The veil comes off.
At some point you have to put in the raise, right? You can't slow play forever. This is the first time we've seen Blom put more than a quarter of a second into his decision. Yeah, lets it go. He's made some really good folds.
Good
I
run
know
out.
it's just third pair, but it's just so easy to
No.
pay off one more bet and
Exactly.
we'll see what happens.
Another big hand. He'll take it.
Yep.
Whoa. Let's go, Johns.
Anything to get the blood flowing, just a little bit. Back in the legs, bring it back up to the heart, gets to the brain. You think better.
Raise.
That kind of, I don't know, man. That bordered on showing off right there. That was some acrobatic prowess. Just letting his opponents know. Don't mess with me. I can touch my toes.
Doesn't mean a thing at the poker table. Hope you're enjoying our live stream of this 10K limit Holdem event. Taking a look at the upcoming schedule. 250 Super High Roller Day 2 coming up in a couple of days. Final table after that. Monster Stack final table. You can still get down and enter if you want to right now. Monster Stack 1500 no limit final table. 25K PLO. Final table on the 20th. I'll be back in the booth for the Ladies Championship final table near the end of the month, and hoping that Maria Ho is going to join me. That's the plan. Update on that senior high roller event out there. Mike Matasso, we saw, well, he busted out in 15th place.
Who's that?
David ODB Baker up to second place, second in chips there.
Wow.
He's had a nice couple of years as that David Baker.
What's the minimum age on this event?
On the senior,
Yeah,
that one is 50.
50. ODB is a young 50, man.
A lot of pros stepping in there.
I don't know. I might have to check my own ID.
I played golf with him about a month ago, and he has lost like 40 pounds. He feels much better, can walk easier, breathe easier. Seems to play poker better now, too.
All I'm saying is he doesn't look 50 to me.
You go ahead and card him.
If he gets heads up, I'll get him.
Celebrate Father's Day with 20% off at the Poker Go shop. This weekend only. Use the code DAD2025 at checkout and score a deal on your favorite poker gear, apparel, and show merch. Online only at shop.pokergo.com. Exclusions do apply. Digital products not included. Don't miss it. Happy Father's Day. Can't wait for all the gifts I'm sure will be waiting at home from my kids who have sent me loving Father's Day presents while I've been here in Las Vegas. If you're listening, kids.
I was going to say, are they tuning in?
Sometimes you have to nudge them, you know. Send them a few $100s so they can buy you gifts.
Yeah.
It helps.
Look at this gift I got me. I guess that never ends, huh?
Never ends.
Victor's having a nice couple of hands here.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he was just down to 1.3, 1.2-ish.
Kind of recycling chips over there. I feel like I've stacked this chip a few
Fold.
times here. This one, Victor gets a king. John's wakes up with an ace. Thinks his ace is good. Thinks his king is good. Or could be.
Ace, ace.
It's like a fairly honest hand of limit Holdem right there.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good representation.
What's up, Nikki?
Victor
Nice.
holding his own in the limit game. I mean, obviously he was a no-limit monster, heads up. And it is somewhat of a transition, I would think, to
Can you take your phone off the
proficient
rail?
in
It can't
limit
look like
after
I'm
you've
looking at it.
Yeah,
been steeped in no limit.
especially after having played and succeeded at the level that he has.
Unfortunate flop for Zeno.
Yeah, and he knows this is the type of board that Victor will be attacking quite a bit, since Victor has several aces that Zeno doesn't have. And so he'll continue to defend with his third pair.
So you really got it, huh?
It just feels so bad when you have a bluff catcher and your opponent is immediately betting every time you check. I know Victor's capable of also bluffing at this speed, but
Oh, exactly.
just it feels a bit suffocating.
Yep, he's a good folder.
Nice fold, Zeno. Again, and I know I sound like a broken record. It doesn't look like the biggest fold in the world, third pair, but you're just getting such a good price, and you're up against a player who's obviously capable of bluffing. It's very easy to talk yourself into a payoff. Ooh. John's going for a bit of value here, and unfortunately he's actually value cutting himself. Because Victor has the ace high where the kicker actually plays, but Victor still needs to make the call to win this hand.
No, he does not.
Wow, yeah, he felt like John's had it, which he did, to be fair. He just happened to have a worse ace high.
Barely.
Bit of good fortune there for John's, for sure. There are a lot of ways to run good that we don't really think about. That certainly is one of them.
Yeah, good point. I mean, people don't think about run good of your seat choice, you know, the random
Oh, yeah.
seating to begin. 1,000,006 World Series cashes for Ian Johns. You go back and look at him, and it's like, you know, cashed in a limit event this year, horse event in 2024, 3K limit 2024, limit deuce to 7. You know, he just got that mental makeup for the limit game. And,
Certainly.
you know, you find what you can do, then you crush it.
Speaking of crushing, Zeno has crushed this turn card. Though Johns could potentially fold the turn. He decides to flick it in, see what happens on the river. Not his favorite river card. The reason why you don't like that river is because a lot of Zeno's raises are going to be oriented around high cards. Once the queen gets there, there's not many hands that haven't hit the board in some capacity.
So the board pretty much covered anything that Zeno might have,
Yeah,
or should have there.
he could have something like 9-7 suited, but those combos are few and far between compared to all of the offsuited queen 10s, queen jacks, things of that sort.
John's picking up a little traction, up to almost 2.3 million. Well, not only is Octopi Poker home to the best all-in-one study platform for players of all levels, they're also giving you the chance to play in the opening event of the 2025 Poker Masters. This could be your ticket to compete alongside some of the game's biggest stars and poker's most phenomenal arena. Enter for free now at pokergo.com/winmasters for your chance to win. Good turn card for Blum with the king after Zeno had flopped his 8. Yeah, seems like a payoff on that board, but Blum just happened to have top pair.
Yeah, suddenly the tables have turned. The other players at the table are holding over Zeno pretty hard, and he is sliding.
He was up to 4 million.
Yeah. Life comes at you fast in limit hold'em. Zeno's really done nothing wrong, too. It's just the nature of the beast.
Fold.
My first introduction to limit was back in the poker boom, and Efro, Eric Froelich, became the youngest bracelet winner ever, and I noticed that at the final table it seemed to go much faster than no limit, because the way the limits went up, just 8 stacks, and,
Yeah.
and had no prisoners, and it just seems to have that ability that you could run a pretty short final table. But these guys are passing chips around right now, and as you mentioned, things are getting pretty flat.
I cannot emphasize enough just how deep this final table started out. This was one of the deepest I've ever seen any sort of
Is that
limit
right?
tournament. Yeah.
Free bet.
I mean, at some point in every limit hold'em or just limit mixed game tournament, usually around the bubble or the final table bubble, there's this period where there's not a lot of busting happening, and the blinds keep going up, and by the time you actually get to the final table, everyone's quite short. Maybe there's like a chip leader with a bunch of chips. But in this one, we had a number of players with 30, 40 big bets. And we have long levels.
Yeah, indeed, 90-minute.
Are they
Jones
90?
just got bit. 3-bet with his pocket pair, and they got overtaken. Good quick fold. Yeah, 90-minute levels is it's a lot of play. A lot of play in the stacks, a lot of play on the clock.
Yeah, that's like a miniature main event right there. Which makes sense. I mean, this is my Super Bowl.
Yeah, should be. All the 10K events should be Super Bowls.
Yeah. They're a Super Bowl for someone. There's a guy who out there who looks forward all year to the 10K PLO, or sorry, Limit Omaha 8 tournament.
Mm-hmm.
It's not me.
Well, this is Ian John's tournament. This is one he read letters. And look who is near the chip lead again.
Yeah, this is wild. For a moment there, I thought Victor might go out in third.
Cheap flop.
I'm actually a little surprised Johns didn't raise there, considering how often Victor's been raising when he has a strong hand. I would think Johns wants to put pressure on every time Victor limps when Johns has anything. Seems like Victor's limping with a very weak range, but
Johns is going to be happy he didn't raise it.
yeah, he might be saving himself money. Although we'll see. I mean, he's going to pay off this turn, so.
Heart could be troublesome for him.
7. Good.
Oh, check, check. And that's an extra couple $100 grand into the stack of Victor Blom, who is back in his throne. As they take a look now at the updated chip counts presented by PokerStars. Victor Blom 2.67 to Zeno's 2.63. Ian John showing he is able to hang with the best. He is one of the best in this game at about 1.8 million. So, tables turning back towards Victor Blom here. This bracelet event, three-handed. One of these gentlemen will be a bracelet winner tonight. And only Victor, despite all of his poker success, he's the only one at the table that does not have a World Series of Poker bracelet. I'm sure he feels that is quite the void on his resume.
I mean, if there were ever a time to win your first bracelet, let it be the 10K limit Holdem event. That's my dream.
Couple of clubs out there, all Johns. Can't get any more from Victor there. That was nice of him. I like when the players push chips towards the dealer.
Raise.
Snap raise from Victor. Snap fold from Ian.
Where are you from, Chantel?
Originally Colorado.
Raise.
Just keep pushing chips Victor's way.
I think in the last orbit, we've seen more raise and take it's than the rest of this final table combined.
Yeah, well, I think it went right around the table with it, yeah.
What are you playing? Well, online? Online?
Zeno always looks like he's having a great time at the table. Like the pressure of the moment is just not affecting him whatsoever.
Well, he's been there. He knows you have to be calm, cool, collected. You think better that way.
Victor always looks like he wishes he could have 5 more tables going.
He does seem to be just everything's slow motion for him, right?
Yeah.
It's just, no problem, no problem. Give me another couple of tables. Thank goodness for the shuffle master.
The viewing thing is brutal, yeah. The viewing thing is brutal. You can't see anything.
A little more folding going on. Maybe they need a mental break. It is like heads up the way how it moves and how quickly it goes three-handed.
Raise.
Wow.
It's
Clash
Zeno
of big hands.
continues to play this limp call strategy. Ooh.
Wow.
And it's going to pay off here. This is a big one.
Check raise.
This is nice. He raises right away, and this is going to get him probably 3
Oh.
bets. Well, that was
I
actually,
slow him down.
yeah, that's maybe not the best card for Zeno. I think on a brick, it would have went Zeno bets, Blom raises, and Zeno 3 bets the turn. I think Blom just called that check raise on the flop so he could raise turn.
Look at this.
Yeah, now, wow, he just folds.
What could have been?
Sorry.
That's a really wild, immediate fold by Victor Blom. I know I'm biased because it's Isildur and my inner fanboy is already excited to watch him play,
I
but
hear that.
he's really impressing me with a lot of these folds.
Raise.
By the way, it's not an inner fanboy. Okay.
Okay. Listen, Lon, I know you're not sitting over there not excited to watch Isildur battle.
Oh, absolutely am. I mean, and based on their history, all 3 of these players, it's fun to have them here.
That was a really sick turn fold.
It was a snap fold. It was amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bomb pot. It's the last time I'm going to use that joke. Would be fun. They're almost playing bomb pots.
Pretty much.
Hey, think you can outpick the field? Jump into Quick Picks on Splash Sports, the new peer-to-peer fantasy game where you pick more or pick less on player stats and go head-to-head for real cash. Hit your picks, top the leaderboard, take the prize. Play now at splashsports.com and win up to 50 times your entry fee for the NBA Finals.
John's raised it up pre-flop, continuation bet on the flop. Now checks the turn, identifying that on the 3, Zeno doesn't have a lot of pairs that will ever fold the turn. But check calls the turn. He actually has the best hand.
A super best hand now.
This gets really interesting on the river. Zeno doesn't have that many better hands to bluff with, given the line. Yeah, he's going to bluff with this one. This makes a lot of sense as a bluff, and unfortunately for him, he is fully run into it.
Yep, bet fold.
Boy, look at these stacks.
I was just going to mention. It's amazing.
As soon as I said it's starting to look like a runaway sort of situation.
All in the 2 million range. Some places don't cut out of the Shuffle Master, which is interesting. They pull them and cut them here, but I've been at places where they think the shuffle box does the job. They don't need to cut.
I don't feel good about that.
Raise 3 bet.
Got to make the players feel good.
I want to see the cut.
Yeah.
I ain't trusting no machine.
Raising a 3-bet and a call. John's with the best of it with ace-queen.
That's why I don't use the internet, Lon. I don't trust machines.
I hear you.
Check. Bet.
With that attitude, you can play the super senior event.
Call.
Do you have a record player, Lon?
Actually, I do.
Do you?
I bought a new one, though. I bought a retro one. That looks like an old-time radio.
Yeah, yeah. I just picked one of those up too, and it's
Oh.
got Bluetooth, so you can. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But I was really excited to start collecting records again. I think things sound.
Oh, I have a record collection of 2,000-3,000 records,
Oh,
so
that's
I
so
needed
cool.
it. Yeah. This sounds
So you know, 3-bet pre. Just check called flop, and now he has an interesting decision on the turn because his hand is bluff catching reasonabally well, but John's is probably close to uncapped here. There aren't too many hands he's going to 4-bet. And he could certainly trap a hand like aces pre-flop, so Zeno wisely lets it go.
Wow. Chip leader, Ian Johns now, 3-handed. Barely. Everyone within 100,000 of each other.
Somehow when I moved out of my apartment in Boston many years ago, my records didn't make it with me and I had to restart
They're
my
tough to
record
travel.
collection. Yeah.
They do, don't they? Travel.
Right.
Rough. So you have some now with the record player? You have some albums.
Yeah, I got a few.
What's on the platter right now? What'd you leave on the platter?
Probably the White Album. That usually gets the.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got an older one too. Stevie Wonder. Songs in the Key of Life.
Nice. So, you know, just calling with the ace-2 suited. Couple of pretty hands here. Wow, that flop is, I would say all Zeno, but I could think of a turn card
Sure.
for Victor Blom.
There's a hurtful turn card in there.
You out here a while?
Yeah, I've been here 3 weeks.
Oh, you already have?
Going home.
Oh. Zeno goes for, oh,
Oh
no.
my! What a river card!
I was going to say Zeno goes for the trap on the turn, and unfortunately
were
for him,
going to say
yeah,
that.
he loses some value there, but he actually avoids losing more as the river is the 10.
Zeno was folded in this situation before, but this is too strong.
I doubt he's folding. I think he's considering 3-betting because once Victor has checked back the turn, he can have some river 2 pairs like
Ouch.
Queen 10. Yeah, that's very unfortunate for Anthony Zeno. Wow.
Victor Blom with a big pot against Anthony Zeno. As we continue 3-handed, this tournament summary brought to you by Votes Overnight, 282,000 for the winner. Pedro Neves, remember him? Busted in 4th place. He was with us at the beginning of our broadcast tonight. This is brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly.
Since you don't have your phone.
So I think when Blom raises the river in that last hand on the river 10, he's representing something that looks like, for value hands, not for bluffs. He's representing Queen 10, pocket 10s, and maybe some King Jack. So I think Anthony was just going through the number of hands because potentially if he has enough river 2 pair, Anthony could put in the 3rd bet.
Mm-hmm.
But he thought better of it. He's like, you know, you have a bunch of straights.
Raise.
3-bet from Victor now. Zeno's cards are not on the reader yet, as you can see.
Four
Ooh.
Wow, they're good though, I think.
whatever it is, he's deemed it a 4-bet. It's probably a strong hand.
Ace king again. Queen
Oh,
jack.
he loves 4-betting that queen jack, huh?
He would prefer the ace king. Deuce.
Oh, interestingly, Zeno checks back on the flop. Now we'll bet turn, but Victor's picked up a gut shot, so I don't think Victor's going to go anywhere right away. Though Victor might see this flop check and think it's really strong. Yeah. Yeah, he gives it a bunch of credit because in similar situations, Zeno's checked back with top pair. Wow. Zeno earned that pot right there. That could have played out very differently.
Strength the whole way. 2.2, 2.3, 2.4 million. Welcome to Las Vegas. Poolside limit hold'em. I'm not sure she was wearing anything. I think that was a full body tattoo.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I wonder who's commentating on the thing. Any idea?
I think
ran
Juan
into that one
McCarran was
time
here
at a
earlier.
Super Bowl party
Sounded
in
like he was
Florida.
going to be at least doing the start of it.
I just met Jared from Subway, unfortunately. And then
You met Jared
I
from
did.
Subway. Wow.
Yeah. But yeah, the Super Bowl party host at a big outdoor restaurant had hired people to walk around and just body paint.
Hmm. Did it start raining? That'd be a bit of a disaster.
That would be a disaster. I hadn't thought of that. It was January in Florida, so I don't think it was going to rain.
That's quite. That's the way a novel could start. So everyone was wearing body paint. It started raining, and Jared from Subway was there.
It was a dark and stormy night.
Yeah, it was a real dark and stormy night. Four bet from a much realer hand from Zeno than last time. Oh, that is.
Wow. Jack and all diamonds. Look at the equities. This could get ugly.
Re-raise. Re-raise.
Zeno's just trying to pile in as much money as possible before a
Absolutely.
diamond comes off. He's saying, you know, if you have a jack, I would like to get the money in before a bad card comes off. We can't put money in the pot.
Exactly. No raise. River card. Diamond.
Ooh. This has been a tough hour for Anthony Zeno. Earlier today, it felt like every turn card was his, and now it feels like every river card is against him.
Diamond check. No good. Check, check. Got him again. Wow. That's a big shift right there. As Victor Blom goes back over 3 million, retaking control as
Two
much
river
as one
flush.
can in this limit hold'em championship.
Spade and the diamond,
He didn't panic when he was down to $1.2 million.
Right.
Now back in the driver's seat. Looking for his first World Series of Poker bracelet, Victor Blom.
It's funny because if you watched him play back in the day, he seemed erratic. Like he'd play crazy fast, very aggressive. He'd take on everyone at once. He would swing super hard. He was very famous for saying when he was losing to Brian Hastings, he typed in the chat, "Take my last million, I don't even care anymore." And now we see him at the table, and he's as steady as any player I've ever seen, as calm and
Good point.
yeah. I don't know if that's just him becoming that way
He's
over the
15 years older, too.
That could be it. Or
Yeah.
it could just be, you know, when you see somebody's online persona, it's very different than how they actually are.
Oh,
And it's
yeah.
easy to draw conclusions based on a few small things.
It's like people driving around with tinted windows are very different than people driving around in convertibles, because when you use a particular gesture behind the shaded windows, it's different from doing it with no windows.
It looks aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Raise to bet.
Anthony getting busy. Short stacked Anthony Zeno now. The dynamics are very interesting in how they evolve. Well, there are 3 more EPT stops in 2025 at the end of the summer. August 18th to 31st, the Poker World will be gathering in Barcelona. It's the biggest European event of their schedule. From October 1 through 12, the tour returns to Malta for the first time in 9 years. And the EPT season concludes in Prague early December 3rd through 14th. For more details on the EPT, check out the PokerStars live app. 3 players still remain. Ian Johns, originally from Seattle, living in Texas. Anthony Zeno, originally from Cranston, Rhode Island, now in Las Vegas. Victor Blom from Sweden.
Raise to bet.
I'm not going to lie, that was a pretty nice set of cities you just named.
Yeah, they
I might have to get back
yeah,
on
I
the
love
tour.
Cranston. I got a friend from Cranston. Yeah.
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 I turned 21 in Prague.
Did you really?
Yeah. They didn't care.
Did you drink earlier though in Prague, or was it still?
Yeah,
21?
I mean,
So
they
was it-
start drinking at 13 out there. They couldn't care less that I was
It didn't
21.
matter. I
But,
didn't care how old you were.
but I had a great
that's
time.
cool. That's
yeah.
cool.
Bet. Raise to bet.
Zeno in trouble on this board.
Ooh. Zeno fires in the 3-bet. He's like, wait, hold on, buddy. I was the 3-better here, pre-flop. I'm the one who has stuff like
Wow,
ace-king.
yeah, that was definitely out of character, and it's going to raise some eyebrows for John.
I would love to see a brick run out and see if Anthony finds a river bet, because I think this is a great combo to bluff on the river on a brick. Yeah, that's the one. Is Anthony going to find it? Oh, this is beautiful. And what a way this would be for Anthony Zeno to recover
He has
some of his lost
represented
chips.
the whole way. John's missed the whole way.
Johns is really thinking about this.
It must have something, right?
I mean, the pot's so big. Some stuff did miss. He's thinking maybe Anthony has some of those queen jacks, queen tens, jack tens.
Getting good odds again, like you mentioned.
Yeah, this is why we keep.
There's
yeah,
the call.
look at that
They
call.
can't avoid it.
Unbelievable.
Oh, and that is the honey trap of limit, where Zeno had to do something, but he couldn't quite do enough to get the fold from Ian Johns.
And this right here is exactly what I'm talking about, Lon. When every time I say, wow, that was a crazy fold, because they made the correct fold in the moment, it's so easy to pay off and just randomly be right. Like in this situation, it doesn't have to happen often when you're getting 10 to 1.
Wow. Ace high makes that call for 1,000,000 chips. Anthony Zeno cut down to 1,000,003. 13 big bets.
Raise.
Raise to bet.
That's so deflating if you're Anthony Zeno. You found the right line, you had the correct hand, and your
And you
opponent
knew
just made a
exactly what was
fantastic-
going on.
Yeah.
I mean, with a brick on the end, a miss from Ian Johns, maybe he can earn the fold.
Check.
It just wasn't to be.
Raise to bet. Call.
What a read.
Bet.
Here we go again.
Raise to bet.
Another good turn fold by Victor. A little easier this time. He just has bottom pair, but
mentioned Racner, the defending champion, Josh Aurier, 2023, with a much bigger, not a much bigger field, 134 players. Jonathan Cohen and 92 players, 2022. And Ian Johns, our chip leader at the moment, won this event in 2016.
Zeno 3-bet Jack 10 in the small blind.
Oh yeah.
King 9 3 2 hearts. I raised. He 3-bet me. He 3-bet me pre-flop. He 3-bet me on the flop, and then he bet, and I called him with ace high on the river. And then this hand I just flopped top 2 and turned a flush draw. So.
Okay. Yeah. Victor check raise.
Oh. I don't care.
Zeno picking up a lot of equity on the turn. And there it is. He needs this pot badly. Just a little momentum shift.
There's a fold coming.
I think so. It's close. Maybe Jack 10 without a club can find some calls.
See the little tell also from Anthony after he won the pot was, just fixing of the hair. It's like, nice job, nice job. It's,
Yeah.
rewarding yourself subliminally, maybe. It would be John's 4th World Series of Poker bracelet, Zeno's 6th, or Isildur's 1 first. Couple of good hands to the flop.
Zeno just calls out of the small blind. We haven't seen this yet. It's a fantastic flop for him, but also a flop that may look like, I mean, Johns has a hand that's plays great as a check back regardless, but when Zeno just calls, it does look like he has offsuited broadways quite a bit. That's the hand that would make the most sense to me to peel.
The diamonds favor Zeno also.
Ooh.
And they come into play.
And that is a payoff card for Johns for sure.
Check.
Comes a raise.
I think Zeno decided that
It's a call.
if Johns has a hand that will call,
Nice hand.
it's likely just going to value bet anyways, like any diamond. And maybe he elicits some sort of bluff from his opponent.
Maybe the same outcome though, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Zeno off the mat for the moment to almost $1.9 million. The 90-minute levels allow for a lot of play. The deep stacks likewise.
Full.
The even stacks even more likewise.
Raise to that. Call.
Dealers are right on it. They're doing a great job. This is a fast-moving game, and you have to know the mechanics and understand the betting.
Raise to that. Call.
What? Yeah.
Check.
Not the card Blum wanted to see.
Call.
Even though it was kind of a card he wanted to see.
Yeah.
Check.
King.
Check.
Ace.
King,
For
ace.
18.
No. Out-kicked, outdone, out. Man.
I'm a little surprised Johns didn't bet there, not just because, I think he could have value bet the hand, but also he's been value betting extremely thin lately, something that I've loved seeing from him. So I thought he might continue there, but
3 hour levels.
maybe identifies that there are more hands that beat him than, or thinks there are more hands that beat him than Colin are worse.
Well, it just seemed like in the last 40 minutes or so, he was taking a little more cautious approach. Then he made that call on the end, and that was just super smart. But he was folding a lot. You know, he didn't seem to be as aggressive. I don't know if he was wanting to break, or he was saying he was losing chips by playing too many hands, or what. But he just seemed to tone it down a little bit.
Yeah, if you receive the information already, and I don't know if he has, that Victor folded that king-queen on the ace-king-deuce-deuce board, then you might think he doesn't have that many kings to call down with on this particular ace-king XX board.
John's over 3 million now.
Raise 2-bet.
Raise.
Raise 3-bet.
3-bet.
Call.
And a call from Zeno. King for Zeno.
Bet.
Check
Raise
raise.
2-bet.
Call.
Call.
I don't know what Victor was looking for on the turn.
Zeno will just keep betting. He doesn't expect Victor to have too many 8s when he's 3-bet pre-flop. So not a lot of change with that turn card.
Well, Zeno continued to show aggression, and rightly so. He had the cards to do so. Victor pick up on that. Folded. Victor back in the short stack. And that's pretty much what we expected. This card distribution determines a lot of the action. And that favorability is going to move around the table. And so the chip lead and short stack will do likewise.
Call.
Yeah, it's a game of such thin margins, and over time,
Check.
those margins add up, but
Check.
in the short term, you are
Check.
really submitting yourself to variance.
Bet.
Zeno is chipping back up, man. He was down to 1.3 a minute ago. You can't keep anyone down for too long at this table.
You
it
really
seems.
can't. Really strong play. Anthony Zeno's Play Poker Go bio board. Mentioned originally from Cranston, Rhode Island, now in Vegas. Chemical engineering degree, a law degree, 5 bracelets, 12 million in tournament earnings. I wonder if we could have done that as an attorney. He's not looking back now.
Win 5 law bracelets.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Not this one.
There's definitely an avenue of freedom in this lifestyle. It's hard. People struggle. Even winning players struggle. Travel, the costs. You lose more than you win.
Yeah.
It's tough.
It can be very emotionally, psychologically, spiritually taxing at times.
Yeah, for everyone around you too.
Raise 2-bet.
It is funny how much lawyers love poker, by the way.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. We do see a lot of them, right?
Yeah. I remember I met Vanessa Selp's brother before I met Vanessa. Randomly at a bachelor party of a friend who was in Vegas who has nothing to do with poker. And I was talking to him and he's like, yeah, I'm a lawyer. He's like, yeah, growing up, Vanessa was always like good at this and that, so she was always kind of like the favorite one. And I was like, well, now you're a lawyer and she's still in law school, so you know, you get to be the favorite. He's like, no, because she's like a big name poker player, and all these lawyers just want to talk about her all the time. It's like, oh, okay.
You're lucky to be connected with a better poker player, so you know that dynamic works better for you, I think.
What's that?
Ashley.
Oh, okay. Well, that's just a better person right there. To be totally honest with you.
Well, we hope to marry up.
Yeah,
know,
I mean,
and
I'm okay. I'm okay
people.
with second place.
Yeah.
Second place.
No, you
isn't
did
bad.
very well. You did very well.
Yeah.
Call. Check. 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 Bet.
Dealer change. Bring in our leaderboard. Brought to you by Poker Stars. Victor now the short stack. Anthony in the middle. Ian Johns has taken his seat at the head of the table with almost 2.9 million in this 10K limit hold'em final table championship. Toronto made the final table. Ryan Stamper, already a bracelet winner at this World Series. Also at this table. But now down to these three very even, very skilled players.
This could be a long one, Lon. You ready for this?
It's going to take some dealer help to get some eliminations.
Strap in.
I'm ready, man. My buy-in didn't happen till like 10 or noon tomorrow, so I'm good.
Beautiful. Let the cool vibes of Limit Hold'em flow over you, Lon.
Thank you. Thank
What'd
you.
you have?
Ace deuce clubs.
Oh, nice. Running clubs?
Yeah. Best hand. Maybe.
Raise.
Mm. 3-bet for Victor. Gotta come along with Queen 10. Nines are dicey. They hold up through the flop.
Just about
Wow,
the worst
quick
flop
fold,
you could
yeah.
see with Queen 10, no
Yeah.
diamond, I think. Yeah.
Victor would have liked to get more there, but
I don't think
Sorry.
that Zeno is looking to fold on the flop on many boards, but the ace high two-tone,
with nothing.
not as soon. Yeah.
Mhm.
He's getting such a good price. If he ever has overcards, he's in there.
Well, you have to. That's main part of the game, isn't it? Or
Yeah.
a big part of it.
No, for sure.
I fold.
Raise.
9-4, really not part of it.
Not so much.
You got a good flick.
Small connectors, maybe.
Played a lot of 200, 400 where it's
Oh.
this exact structure.
Right. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Johns
Where at?
gets a piece of that.
LA. Check.
Six hand might be over.
I don't know.
Blom having nothing to do with this pot.
We started at noon.
You might consider
What time is
talking yourself into a bluff when you have the exact 6 high on the river. You know, you don't have many worse hands than that, so it might be a cool one to bluff, but we know those chips would have
Thanks,
been
kid.
gone.
Yeah, disappear real quickly.
I don't. I know what they want. We'll do whatever they want.
Raise 2 bets.
If I get through. Does indeed.
Another pretty one.
What was that?
Queen 10 of spades.
Not that I had anything to open.
150.
Look at those two stacks.
150 if you open.
1.95,
Yeah.
1.94. John's the chip leader with almost 3.2. Everyone has taken their turn. And the throne, pocket fours for John's.
Raise 2 bets.
And a raise. Victor comes along in the big blind for 1 bet.
He's repping the Jackson 5.
There's the jack.
Ooh.
And
Raise.
a 4 for John's. Victor Blom better duck. Barring any overcards, Victor Blom is going to dig a deeper and deeper hole here. Full house for John's.
Boat.
Really? Really?
I mean, that is as classic as it gets in Limit Hold'em right there.
And it took 30 seconds for Johns to build a stack now of 3.7 million, and Victor taking a hit. Ian Johns loved every street of that. Victor just shook his head when he heard the word boat. Still shaking his head. He's still thinking about that last hand.
Raise 2 bets.
He just had a lot of top and middle pairs loose today.
Check.
Wow, John's out flops Zeno.
Can't imagine Zeno will be folding here.
Look at Ian. Go ahead, call me.
Oh, he's raising?
Yeah, he is.
This is kind of what I talked about earlier. If he is ahead, he wants to charge a flush draw or a straight draw or something of that sort right now.
Raise 3 bets.
Oh, John's with the 3-bet.
Look at that.
Yeah, John says this kind of looks like some sort of 7 or 5 or like pocket 6s. I'm just going to get value right now. That was...
Wow, look at that. Ian Johns over 4 million now. Blom was already cut down by Zeno, and now Zeno cut down by Johns.
Johns has played really well so far at this final table. And this is a guy I did not know a lot about coming in. And since hand 1, I've been quite impressed with his play.
Victor looking for his first bracelet. The other two have multiple World Series bracelets. Johns takes another. Little nod to his wife. I'm sure Mandy's over there, giving a little thumbs up. Keep it going. Keep her head on straight. You've been here, done that before. He has won this event in the past. Maybe it's in his future as well. look by Victor Blom. Staring out into space. What can I do? How can I recover? How aggressive do I need to be now?
Raise.
Ah, he can afford to be aggressive.
You have like 3 million right now?
And as these
like
two
4
get
million.
shorter, they really want to win their pots off of each other. It becomes more and more
It's a good little
significant
rush.
who they win the pot against.
4 million.
Blom's pocket pair holds up.
Can't imagine Zeno's going anywhere on the flop.
Johns is loving this.
What time is it? What time is it?
7:40.
Fuck. He's trying to get us the hangs.
Good luck.
Only Zeno has a club.
Can Zeno do it?
River card.
No. For a moment there, I thought he had, but
We might be flying out.
No, I said I have to be here at least until.
Sorry, Chris.
extremely
fault.
annoying river spot here. I could certainly think of some hands that Blom could potentially bluff with, something like Queen 10, Queen of Clubs, or maybe some sort of King Queen type of holding, King 10. You don't need to win very often. Yeah, pays it off. Obviously loses this time, but
There's no
as we know, that
fourth
doesn't
club, right?
necessarily
Two
make
clubs,
that a
right?
bad call.
Wishful thinking.
Victor Blom with a big hand just when he needed it most for his chip stack and for his emotional stability at this table. Zeno down to 1.1. And a break coming up soon, which means the limits will be going up when they return to the table.
Oh, I was not just small blind.
I wasn't sure if the blinds
Yeah,
were right either. I have no
I
idea.
was small blind.
Wait,
Yeah.
hang on.
Yeah.
All right, redeal. Move the button.
Yeah, Victor's right. He just 3-bet from the small blind last hand.
Yeah. I opened.
The elimination game moves forward. Easy pickup for Ant. They do rack up the number of hands here, don't they? Quickly.
Yeah. That's the beauty
It's
of the
great.
game, Lon.
It's great. That's my favorite part of Holdem. It's like opening night of a play. Every time I get 2 cards dealt to me, it's like, wow, what's this going to be like, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of pink. That's the beauty. I love that part. That's why I don't want to miss a hand. I understand missing a hand. You know, we used to do seminars with TJ Cloutier. He'd travel and stuff like that, and he would talk about, you know, people not wanting to miss a hand, the way TJ talked and all like that. He says, but you know, the hand you miss might be the one that gets you knocked out. Everybody looks the other way, you know.
Yeah.
I might miss aces. The way you might get knocked out too. Do what you have to do to make the rest of your game
Jack 8 of spades.
the best it can be. Take the break, take a pee,
Another
whatever
pretty
you
one.
need to do. You know,
Yeah.
don't wait.
That was a lesson that took me too many years to learn. I was really sweating out those last 30 minutes before the break where I had to go to the bathroom really badly, but I didn't want to miss a hand. And finally I was like, you know what? I'm going to miss 2 hands, and it's not going to ruin my life, and I'm going to be comfortable
Praise.
at the table all the time.
Not distracted, you know. It's like, and you're folding quicker, thinking that the clock's going to go quicker and you'll be able to get to the bathroom quicker, right?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't
Yeah,
work that
nothing
way.
works.
All right, ace 10 for Zeno. King 8 suited. King 8. Things get better for Victor as they get worse for Anthony.
Check.
Is he finally going to give up? He does indeed. Victor Blom goes over 2 million as Zeno now close to getting
Make our break is started.
under the 1 million. Chip Markin, his stack will
Done or one more?
feel a lot shorter when they come back from break. We're going to take just a short break. As we take a look at the PokerStars leaderboard, you see 4 million, 2 million, 1 million. Everybody doubles the person ahead of them or behind them. And Ian Johns, the man in charge. Zeno on the hook right now. Stick around. It's just going to get more interesting. Limit Holdem is in your future, people. Back in a little bit. Hey, back to the Horseshoe on the Las Vegas Strip. This is the 10K Limit Hold'em Championship final table at the World Series of Poker. You might have heard about it. It's pretty famous. Come out and play with us. 3 players are left. Ian Johns on the left, Anthony Zeno in the middle, and Victor Blom on the right. Each has taken their own time as the chip leader. Right now, it is Johns up top. Splash Sports Tournament update. 282,000 and a bracelet to our champion tonight. Stacks are getting shorter. Limits are going up. The momentum has been in the seat of each of these 3
like
finalists.
his ex-wife, I think.
Be interesting to see now with the limits at 60 and 120 how they do play their stacks.
No, it's an old friend of mine.
Yeah.
Zeno under 1 million now.
Been friends for about 15 years.
John's
Where'd
over
you
4
grow up?
million.
Rhode Island.
Victor Blom right in the middle. There's a
What's
short
up, bro?
stack. 5-time World
Hanging in,
Series
man.
bracelet winner Anthony Zeno. He is a mixed game player, as Jesse Sylvia had mentioned before. He knows about the small bet, the big bet, about the limit game very well.
You can play the 2 cards, the 4 cards, the 5 cards, the 7 cards. Maybe the 9 cards. If they make a 9-card game, I bet he'd be good at it.
How many could you see?
2.
That's what I'm saying. That's a heads-up game.
There's 4 boards as well, Lon, so.
And a bomb pot.
Yeah.
A 3-bet from Blom. Zeno with his ace-8 will match it. Zeno has to be pretty confident when he plays the hand and puts in the 3 bets. 6-6-4, a couple of clubs. Ant's still good with the ace high.
This flop is all Zeno, barring some sort of multi-street bluff from Blom. Or, you know, turn queen, turn jack type of thing.
2 green, 2 rust. That's 60. Oh, and a jack.
Oh, speaking of
rolls
turn
off.
jack.
Yeah. And you really can't judge Victor's quick action with the betting like, oh yeah, I hit the jack, because he acts that way on every street. He's ready for action.
Absolutely. And this feels like a card that he will just barrel with a lot of hands that Zeno's beating. That's why Zeno's still considering paying off this bet.
I love to bet the overcards.
If Zeno were to find the fold, he would have only put money in the pot when he's ahead. He does find the fold. Nicely played by Zeno. He did everything that he could.
Lost 200,000. 2.4 million now. Victor Blom targeting Ian Johns now. Well, get ready for non-stop action at Play Poker Go, the free online poker game where it's all real all the time. Dive into ring games, crush tournaments, spin your way to glory in the all-new No Gamble, No Future sit and goes featuring the famous Wheel of Game. No deposit, no risk, just pure poker. Play now at playpokergo.com, available on the web, iOS, and Android. Next payout, 130,447. Seem to have Anthony Zeno's name written all over it. So we adjust a little technical issue with the dealer's microphone. They'll take a break. Anthony's ready to play. I'm good. He's no problem. No problem.
Are we miking up the dealers?
Yep. Dealers are always mic'd up, so they can talk to the truck. I think production truck.
Ah, okay.
About the bets and everything. Raising ticket for Zeno.
He'll take anything he can get right now, to be totally honest.
Been around for like 100 years.
Yeah, but like only so few people are, like Volpe is the one that
Just like in the tournaments section, you know.
That was cool to
whatever.
hear you say that, yeah.
You know, we've played 10Ks together a bunch.
Yeah,
And
that's funny.
Sure, I just heard Volpe say it one time or something. And I liked it, so.
Good old Volpe.
I like Ian Johns a lot. But honestly, he looks too healthy and too tan to be a good poker player.
Thanks, buddy.
His spirits are a little too high.
I think there's pickleball in his world.
I'm not hating that. Ooh. Straight for Ian Johns. That gives Blom a gut shot. He's just going to take a shot at it.
Blom fighting for half of this pot at best.
Johns raises, and yeah, this feels like Blom gets out of the way.
Yeah.
Probably a bit of an unexpected raise there from Ian Johns. In the mind of Victor Blom, I don't think he expected to be raised too often after his opponent checks back on that particular texture.
Got some new chip in play. Got the Atlantis
Count me in.
Blue 100K chips, it looks like. Kind of a Caribbean flavor to all the chips.
I like it. We need to lighten those chips up after looking at that 5K all day. That's a muddy 5K.
Yeah, it is. Isn't it? It's kind of a rustic steel belt 5K.
Yeah.
It's not a party Vegas 5K. So do Johns and Blom consider Anthony a short stack? Can they treat him as a short stack as you might at a no limit game?
It's a little different because you can only put in so much on each street, but yeah, you start to have situations where maybe not this short, but let's say Anthony gets down to like 400,000. If you put enough in pre-flop, like let's say you 3-bet pre-flop with an ace, you just kind of committed yourself and you're not really going anywhere post-flop.
No kings, no queens, no ace, but the 8 for Victor Blom makes him a favorite.
John's continuing to bet here, though. Victor's, of course, going nowhere with middle pair top kicker. Oh, queen on the river. John's are worried. This is going to be a bit of miniature devastation for Victor when he sees what his opponent has.
Oh, you just see his eyebrows? It's
yeah.
Like, what, again?
It's a little confusing.
It's like he was ready and there was this sudden deflation.
Yeah. Look, he almost always snap calls. We're seeing him here just want to fold, but...
By the way, that's the same as a snap call. If it comes later, the same chips.
Yeah.
Ian Johns.
It pays the same.
Taken over. at him. Looks as fresh as the minute he started this tournament. Play Poker Go in John's bio board. Now living down in Texas, I'm sure he's playing pickleball. Daily fantasy sports grinder from the outside on the deck because he's in the sun. 3 bracelets, 1 in this event. 2 of them came in the same year, 2016. First bracelet in 08.
Anthony Zeno needs to find a hand soon.
Cool.
10 deuce off, not going to do it.
Anything Victor puts in.
Victor has to
Likely
tread
coming back. Yeah.
carefully here, considering how short Anthony is.
So he's in that mentality. He is using the short stack or aware of the short stack.
I got the low.
Yeah, as Anthony gets
You got the low.
really short, like into a dire situation, I think especially Victor needs to be careful about
I guess I could chop 5-4
blowing up any pot.
and 4-3.
He still has 15 bets, so he's not worried about getting stacked right now.
No.
But, you know, maybe a few hands that you would check raise on the flop, you might turn into a check call. Keep things a little more friendly.
Oh, sitting next to Mandy, Jeff Schulman, editor of Card Player Magazine for a long time.
And frequent min better himself.
Oh yeah?
I've logged a lot of hours with Jeff at the Bellagio Limit Hold'em game.
Mom's a pretty good player. Dad's a very good player.
Jeff's a very fun guy to play with. He's always in good spirits. John's starting to run away with this one, man.
Look at this crusher, huh? 4.6 million plus, and a smile on his face.
It's been a slow and steady ascent for him.
Raise.
Though lately it seems like he can do nothing wrong. Last half an hour or so.
Cool.
And notice that in the past we've seen him maybe peel the spot. Now he's saying, listen, Victor, you want to play some pots, so I'm going to blow them up and make it a little more difficult for you. While Anthony's this short.
Victor's getting sticky with the 5s. Ah,
Oof.
5's no good.
Everything coming up John's right now.
5s.
7.
Again, he got him. Wow, Ian Johns. Full steam ahead for bracelet number 4.
This is starting to become a bit of a bloodbath.
It is indeed. I'm looking at Jeff, and maybe the 5K should be that color.
What, the shirt?
Or the hair.
John's another real hand. We're not seeing Zeno's. Oh my goodness, look at this flop for John's. Double gutter, flush draw.
You think Zeno has better cards under at least those?
Well, he might have the best hand right now. Well,
Oh,
probably not anymore.
Not anymore.
Hopefully, for Zeno's sake, he had something that he was speculating with, and now he's folding. Yeah, looks like it. Maybe an ace-high type of hand, or...
This table is definitely tilted toward Ian Johns right now. Started four-handed play with $1.7 million. Started nine-handed play with $810,000.
Wow.
He'll sit this one out. Let the others fight it. King high for Anthony Zeno. No thanks. Oh, wow. Good fold. Blom had him pipped. Anthony Zeno with 345,000 now. He does not have too many hands left.
No, that's 3 big bets, 6 big blinds.
Got a freebie now.
Probably not the one we're going with.
No.
Raise.
Victor, he's going to take another shot at pocket fives. Gets it through this time.
This time it works. Now.
Not quite the pot he lost with pocket fives, but he will take it.
Zeno in the big blind.
Thanks.
Yeah, this is becoming close to critical.
That's not healthy snacks for a long poker tournament.
Oof.
Wow. Anthony's got to pick up something. And he's pipped. He's got hearts. One live card. That does not do Anthony Zeno any good.
But that is a flop he might continue on. Queen high could be good. He's got the backdoor flush draw. It's the right card on the board to be a heart, as he has the backdoor nut flush draw. He just lets it go, though. Fair enough. Every chip right now is so precious, because if he doubles up, he's going to be happy that he didn't put in another small bet.
Exactly.
In the previous hand, so... yeah, conserving is very important.
Almost 5.3 million for Ian Johns. Do you think you can outpick the field? Jump into quick picks on Splash Sports, the new peer-to-peer fantasy game where you pick more or less on a player's stats and go head-to-head for real cash. Hit the picks, top the leaderboard, take the prize. Play now at splashsports.com and win up to 50 times your entry fee for the NBA Finals.
One of each. One more of each.
All right. I do there. All right, 60.
This might be do or die here for Anthony Zeno.
Oh, hit the 9.
Bet.
That's a great start. He leads right out. I don't know what Victor's going to do here. He's got king high, could be the best hand, has a spade. Not a lot else going for it. It looks like he's folding.
I'm thinking Anthony's playing pretty careful right now.
Yeah. This lead out feels like it's some sort of middle or bottom pair.
Or something, and that's the key. You know, Zeno hits something.
Well done by Victor.
Yeah. And he's thinking, well, I don't want to give him more chips. Maybe that's part of the plan.
The thing with Victor is he's not known for his big folds. He's known for running big
Yeah,
bluffs.
you're right about that. This is the new Victor Blom. This is the live poker Victor Blom. This is, I won $2 million last year at the World Series and World Series Europe, and $500,000 already this year, and I've made 2 final tables already, Victor. Okay, it's a new world.
It's a lot of Victors.
Wake up, Jesse. It seemed like there were a lot of Victors a long time ago.
Well, Victor has quite the resume.
Yeah,
Man.
he does. Jack for Blom.
This is top pair Victor Blom right here.
Mm-hmm.
John's immediately folds. Nice job.
You know, going around the internet, there's a lot of things about chair exercises and keeping yourself fit by the chair. I want people to just sit in the chair and mimic the dealer actions for like 30 minutes straight and see how they feel. Then you will treat dealers better.
I always try to push the chips in for people so the dealer doesn't have to do it.
Have to, yeah. They're dealers because they're not basketball players, you know, so they can't reach.
Is that why they went into dealing? 'Cause
Push,
they-
yes, that's why people went into acting, and that's why we went into TV, because we weren't good at the sports thing. Music or this.
I got into poker because I'm tone deaf. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I could have sang,
Really?
that's
You
what I
would've
would be
liked
doing.
it?
I wish I could sing.
I
man.
wish I could play a musical instrument better than I do. Yeah, I just don't have the knack. I have fun. I can play alone.
If I had any skills vocally, I would just be in empty clubs right now, trying to make it.
If we happened by your house, would we hear you singing if you were alone, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or in my car.
Car's good.
Always alone though. It's not pretty. Snowfound's just
sing
the
like nobody's
smallest
listening,
piece
right?
of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do sing like no one's listening because no one is when I'm
No one
singing.
wants to listen. So you know what the best of it with the deuce.
It's a bit tricky on this monotone board, but man, even as he cuts out the chips, it feels like he's unsure with his mannerisms.
Might get raised.
When he takes this long, I feel as if he might just fold. Yeah. That's the power of aggression right there.
Wait for a better spot. You don't want to be leaking chips with a couple of deuces. At some point, you know, you have no choice. He's got a free hand here. Maybe that's what he was thinking too. Maybe this one will be better.
Not so much.
Cool.
Check.
Queen 5
Ooh.
in
But-
play.
Middle pair for Victor, but gut shot, backdoor flush draw for John's maybe the best hand. He doesn't know.
Victor still best. And a white flag thrown in. Mentioned the bracelets of the other two, and the bracelet sitting nearby that will go to one of these three. Will it be Victor Blum? It would be his first. 28 cashes. The World Series of Poker. 9 final tables. Almost $4 million in winnings. Highest finish, 3rd place. He had a 5th place finish, the 50K high roller, but not a bracelet yet. Does it gnaw at him? I don't think so, but I think he'd enjoy the moment.
He doesn't seem like that kind of guy. He would definitely enjoy the moment, but I don't think those things bother him. I could be completely wrong. He just gives that sort of vibe off.
This.
This is really bleak, man.
Yeah. Cut your losses. Ah! Good fold. Queens for Victor.
Wow.
That's as much of a loss for Victor, maybe, as Anthony.
I wonder if Victor looked.
Thank you.
Wait, I was just.
I
a
often just don't look
small blind.
when I get a walk.
Oh, yeah. Well,
it's,
I don't
it's
know
too
that
much
he
of
did.
a free roll for me. I'm too much of an emotional guy.
Yeah, you're the
I
button.
wonder if he looked. I mean, we know.
I threw my
'cause
big
he-
blind out. Yeah.
The thing is,
that
if I
was-
look down at
that
7
was my big
deuce,
blind.
I'm not nearly as happy as I am mad if I look down at aces when I get a walk.
Oh, right.
So it's like,
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Why would I do that to myself?
Call.
Check.
I thought Anthony had the button
Check.
before. No, he had the small blind.
Yeah. I didn't even see what he had in the big blind.
Check.
The hand before that.
Check.
This is funny.
Is this a chop
Queen
pot?
high.
Queen 3.
Shove.
Yeah.
Chop it up.
These two have had queen high against each other the last two blind versus blinds. Last time it was queen 3 versus queen 5.
$165K for Anthony Zeno in the big blind.
This is probably going to be it in terms of an all-in.
He could pick up king queen here again.
Certainly. Just mean that he's very likely to be committed with almost
Oh, he's
every
gonna
hand.
walk.
Oh, there you go,
What did he
Anthony.
pick up? What did he pick up? Show,
Could
Anthony.
be the start of something beautiful.
I think I was right.
Think it was king queen?
Oh, yeah. Spade heart. That's 75. Got a little more now. Again.
Not quite enough.
Call.
7-5 is good enough. The big blind. It's diamonds. Okay. 2 pairs
Right.
for Victor. 2 spades for Johns.
Victor check raises right away. Sean's obviously going nowhere at the flush draw. 2 overcards. This would be quite a fade if Victor were to find a blank on the river.
Right? King, jack, spade. Going to be counterfeited with a 6. Yeah.
Wow. Well done, Mr. Blum. Now, this is not the river I think Johns pays off with his missed flush draw. The last one made a little more sense. This time, I mean, there are a few worse flush draws that Victor could have played this way. Something like 7-4, 7-3 of spades, 8-4 of spades, but it would be optimistic to make this call, to say the least.
Nope.
Man, I just feel like Johns has played. I hate using this word because it's never
You're going to say
true, but
perfect. Are you going to say
flawlessly.
perfect? Flawlessly, yeah. Same thing.
Yeah.
He really has, you know. He understands it. Yeah, again, as I mentioned, you know, he's got a bracelet in this very event and plays limit almost exclusively. He's dabbled in the main event here once in a while, but he knows where he's at all the time, it seems. Great instincts.
I'll tell you one thing. He has won a majority of his chips with ace high. Between the ace king, 3-bet, triple barrel for value, the call down with ace 6, a couple other hands, nothing feels better than winning all of your chips with ace high. You just feel like such a boss.
Anthony's just going to hang out, let one of these guys knock off the other one, and he'll take second place.
I guess so.
Bet.
I've seen worse strategies. Worked for Racner in the main event.
Yeah, right? He did hang around, didn't he?
Yeah. I think it worked for someone else recently in something. something big, but I can't put my finger on what it was. Oof, this is this is really rough, man.
Anthony's got his hands on chips.
Down to 2 big blinds. Forced in there in the big blind. Your opponent just has ace queen suited.
Do you put it all in now?
I mean, it really depends on the hand. If you have something real rough, I think you just call and then.
Can he fold anything though after he puts chips in?
I mean, the way he's looking. Oh, he's putting it all in.
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say the way he's looking at his hand, maybe he did have something he wanted to fold.
Got 2 9s or something. What does he have?
Looks like Jack 10.
How much is it?
Oh, 10-5. I think that one maybe could call and find some folds, but the problem is your opponent could just be raising with like 5-6 suited.
Well, they should be, right?
Yeah, so if that's the case, you don't ever want to fold any flop because they could just follow through. So you just get in now and run your equity.
All right, 2 live cards. Not a live spade.
Red 5.
It's a queen.
Little to work with for Anthony.
Little backdoors.
If you were to run out of
no,
Jack
it's a total
here.
gut shot. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. If you were to find the Jack here.
There.
Oh! Okay. I was going to say, then he could just run it. If he runs it all the way back up and wins this tournament, that would be quite a story.
I can still chop.
10.
It's a 10. No. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? I don't want your pity. I don't want your pity. Come on. I want your chips.
Could be the start of something very special, Lon.
Yeah, thanks for the sweat.
10-5 overcomes ace queen suited.
There you go. Have a little smile.
Jack. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Anthony Zeno back to work. Okay, not back to work.
Back to the drawing board.
These dealers would burn fewer calories being on a Peloton for the whole half hour of their shift. They work hard.
I think you should put that in the suggestion box and
Respect.
see how they.
Do it while they're on a Peloton? No. They're already working hard enough.
Raise.
Raise 2-bit.
Let's go down there together and give them that
I like it.
suggestion.
You first.
I like how this was your idea, but you've somehow flipped this on me.
Blom wants Johns to hit his ace.
Ace would certainly be the gin card. Blom's going to bet again, and this is now a bit of a spot for Johns.
You win the big O?
Yeah. Just lets it go. That's a
the
big
big O?
pickup. Or that's a very nice pickup for Victor Blom. Anytime you can get your opponent to fold a better
Really?
hand than you, that's
Well, how many
massive.
so far?
Just denying equity when you have the best hand is a win in this game.
He's feeling it. He's feeling better. Sitting up in his chair, not staring out into space, wondering why me? Victor Blom. Getting the cylinders going.
By the way, when Anthony first got down to that 400K area,
Right.
it looked like maybe the other two players might get heads up. Victor had like 1.6. He's chipped up considerably, which if they do get heads up, will be massive for him. Quick check back on the flop by Blom.
Okay, it's our Jack Link's limit mystery hand. What do you think he's got?
Anthony?
I know.
Well,
what
now that
Tom
he's
has.
betting, I'm going to say. Wait, did
I'm not
Victor
gonna
just? Whoa!
know. I'm not gonna know.
Whoa! Is it possible
Did
that?
he have hearts?
No, but he
Jack
had an
10,
open
right?
ender.
Yeah.
He could have the best. I mean, is it possible that we were seeing the wrong hand for Victor? I think these
Doubtful.
things are
Very
very
doubtful.
accurate, right? Yeah.
I'm wondering if he's just wanting, being a little cautious of throwing chips Anthony's way, needlessly, and maybe overfolding a little bit, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's whatever. Thanks.
I don't know, just a stupid theory. Ah, Alex Livingston back on the rail.
The man, the myth.
One of the best. Couple of bracelets. Hungry. Probably eats a lot of small meals. Good shape. Rich, handsome. You know?
I'm sick of this guy. That was too many nice things on the list. He's got to go.
I'm a fanboy of his. Okay, you can tell him that.
No,
That's
I
fine.
love Alex.
So, Ray,
But by the fifth compliment, he needs to be
I gotta tone it down.
removed from the rail.
Gotta tell.
No, it's not. I mean,
You
it's
in
not
the big
your
guy?
fault. These are accurate explanations or
Yeah. Descriptions.
descriptions.
thanks for
Thank
coming
you.
by. Thanks, buddy. In this tournament?
A couple of the
Yeah.
chairs coked together.
2.5.
Or is that
yeah.
Diet Pepsi? This might be Dr. Pepper. Don't show that to our producer Jackie. I think that's probably her Dr. Pepper.
Raise.
I thought Anthony stepped away.
Ten 6-0.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Small blind for Anthony. Good hand for Ian Johns.
Very nice looking hand on the button.
That's a raise. And
Oh.
Zeno's going to come along.
Zeno finally finds something.
Coming up a little short now. Needs some help
Like 175?
from Carolyn.
Yeah.
Flop bet and turn bet?
Coming up a little short both in stack and hand class.
And flop.
60.
No kings for
There's
Zeno.
no snare on.
No tens for Zeno.
I call. If he's all in, I call.
Well,
We're good.
Yeah, it was. He could wait. He
76.
could just put it in now and hope for a fold.
yeah. No, very reasonable. Both players committed at that point, but
The king or a 10.
we are
Yeah.
dangerously close to having a heads-up match here.
Ian Johns in position to take the last of this man's chips, Anthony Zeno, who's been riding on fumes for the longest time. He still has outs, 2 live cards
Or 4.
going to the river. Zeno needs a king
would be
or a
fine.
10 to stay in this tournament,
I'll take.
or he will be our 3rd place finisher. The river is the Queen of Hearts.
That's fine,
Wow.
everybody.
And that is
Good
it.
luck, man.
Our 3rd place finisher,
Good luck.
5-time bracelet winner, Anthony Zeno, will collect over $130,000,
Okay, bud. Good
eliminated
dance.
by Ian Johns.
Good luck, buddy.
Good luck.
Frustrating run out for him at the end there. Great run to take 3rd place, but
been
when
a
you
good
have
battle.
that many
Yeah,
chips,
yeah.
and
It's been
everything
fun.
seems to go against
Some
you at
really
the end,
interesting
it's
hands.
always a tough one.
All right, so now we are heads up. Poker Stars leaderboard, Ian Johns, 4.4 million. Victor Blum, 2.6 million. They will be heads up for the bracelet very shortly. We're going to step away just for like 30 seconds, take a break, let them get set, and we will have our heads up battle for this 10K Limit Holdem World Series of Poker bracelet. Back shortly.
Want to play online poker for free? With Play Poker Go, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, Play Poker Go lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore Play Poker Go on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
Back in the evening time in Las Vegas at the Horseshoe. We're down to our final two of this 10K Limit Holdem Championship. Juan McCarron along with Jesse Sylvia. Hoping you're enjoying the action. If you're new to Limit Poker, it has been a masterclass in this discipline. Ian Johns with a 4-1 heads-up record in his career. Victor Blum, who knows, lifetime, whether he's got 100 wins heads up online or not, but live he's 3-5. Both of these guys have shown their proficiency in this game. Johns with more experience in this discipline. But that bracelet up for grabs now, and just one of two players will be putting it on very shortly here at the Event Center. World Series of Poker would be the third for Ian Johns. Isildur won, as he has been better known through the years. Victor Blum looking for his first World Series title. And here we go, continuing with the level. 60, 120,000. And you see the lead, 4.3 million for Johns, 2.7 million for Victor Blum. This sets up to be, I think, a very interesting battle between a guy who has been a no-limit savant and that guy who is a limit savant. So it'll be fun to see how this all plays out.
Position on me all the time.
This is bullshit. Only half the time now.
Wish we had two dealers.
Oh, what a fold. Yeah.
These guys play so quickly and confidently that, I mean, they'll play hands as quickly as you can sling the cards out there. They're only limited by the shuffler and its speed.
Any nuances now that we're heads up in limit? Is it the same game?
Oh, it's a little different, you know. When you raise the button, you're only trying to get through one person.
Looking for ace king.
Instead of two, so you can raise a lot lighter.
Pocket nines.
Can't find it.
And therefore, the big blind's going to have to defend more because the button's raising a wider range of hands.
We've seen Ian fold twice already.
And then obviously post-flop, ranges are wider, so we have to defend more on flops and turns, and we can check raise value a little bit lighter, so on and so forth. Very similar to No Limit Holdem, but again, this is a very value-oriented game. It's quite often a game of who can get more value and thin value.
And you see the mechanics of it. I mean, Victor said raise, and already Johns was reaching to match his bet. He knew he was going to stick around. Wasn't going to 3-bet or anything.
Yeah, and that's the sort of bluff that you'll be more likely to see. Something like a 3-bet with a fairly strong hand like Jack-8 suited, continuation bet on the flop, get a slightly better hand to fold that just can't continue versus any pressure like Queen-Deuce offsuit.
And it's a way to find value for those mediocre hands as well.
Yeah.
Isildur won live in the flesh at the World Series of Poker, trying to win his first title. Pocket aces.
Number one, heads up on the button. Oh, he gets a fold. That's.
And how weird would that be after his history in blasting away No Limit Holdem that his first World Series bracelet comes in a limit game. I
That'd
would
be a
never
little,
have put
yeah, that'd
money
be a
on
little
that.
ironic.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. It is a bit scary to have to play heads up against Isildur. He has played,
Oh my, so many hands.
and he's played a lot of hands of, I don't know about Limit Hold'em specifically, but Limit mix games. He has a ton of heads up experience. He used to battle some of the best players in the world online.
Okay.
He would spin up rolls at mid to sort of high stakes, like ish, and then just take his roll up and play the highest stakes in the world against whoever would play him. And quite often, nobody would play him except for the mixed game guys.
Yeah, and it shows his whole countenance, the way he sits, the way he's laser focused on everything. He seems to know what's going to happen. He's the one piloting the ship. And but the problem he runs into is this guy, Ian Johns, who plays pretty much nothing but limit. As mentioned, one of his 3 bracelets is in this exact event. He's cashed in this event 5 different times. Dealer can't put anything better than 4 high out there.
The funny thing is Sean's is happy with the walk because 4-3 was flipping.
Yeah. Yeah. Y'all out there who might take up limit can just watch these 2 professors of the game pick up a lot of good tips. Get the button. There you go.
Raise.
John's just calling with the ace-5 offsuit.
Check.
He will be happy he did so as Victor flops top pair.
Check.
We've got some stack depth to this heads-up match. On. Victor, the effective stack, has over 20 big bets. That's not a tiny stack.
No. Nobody's had tiny stacks until just before they go out.
You might
And
see
then
some
there's the whole
serious play here.
Mechanics of stacking chips every 15 seconds. You're lucky to get them stacked before the dealers say on to the next. Pot has to be more than that, right? There we go.
Thank you.
Oh, the blinds are less. That's right, 16. Okay. Well, it's that time of year. Celebrate Father's Day with 20% off at the Poker Go shop. This weekend only. Use code DAD2025. Check out, score a deal on your favorite poker gear, apparel, and show merch. Online only. Go on, shop at shop.pokergo.com. Exclusions apply. Digital products not included. Don't miss it. Father's Day coming up. Flop favoring Blanc.
This board is all Victor. Although Johns has picked up a gut shot. That might keep him around. This ace high could be the best hand. Probably not super often, but certainly possible. Just folds though. I could certainly see a world where Victor has some 9-10s, 10 of diamonds, hands like that. In that world, you'd like to call with ace-9.
Are you a one-hand or two-hand chip stacker?
I go 2.
Yeah.
I'm not fast enough to do anything one-handed. I need both hands. I think there's a promo outside with GG Poker where they have a pile of chips and they record you how quickly you stack them.
Oh, was that right?
And they're running it all summer, and whoever stacks it the fastest across the summer wins a buy-in to like a high roller.
Oh, wow.
In the Caribbean. Something like that. I just saw it online. I saw Landon participating.
Yeah, that makes sense. We used to do those nuts segments with poker players away from the poker table, different quote-unquote athletic endeavors with poker players, and that was one thing we did, how quickly they could stack the chips.
I watched some of that the other day. They've been running some of the older prelim episodes on YouTube.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. It's been a lot of fun going back.
Check.
A couple guys I play with for years in the Bellagio cash games who I had no idea made a couple final tables in 2006, 2005.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
A little more respect for him now.
Yeah, yeah.
Johns turns the 9.
Blonde just lets it go.
He does that correctly a lot.
Yeah, he's a big folder on the turn, which I can respect. I often talk myself into making a bit of a loose call against a raise on the turn, where I know my opponent probably just always has it, but I'm getting a good price. Maybe I have like a gut shot. Maybe my ace high is good. I'm not really trying to justify it, Lon. I'm just explaining the thought process, you know?
Yeah, I get it. So what I'm thinking, and what you've told me about, you're always getting a good price.
Yeah.
So your decision now has to be based maybe on a secondary factor that would tip the scales for you not to do that.
Yeah.
You have to figure out what that secondary factor is.
Quite often that
and
factor
maybe hang
is
your
just
hat on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Quite a bit that factor is just playing against somebody who's incapable of bluffing, which happens quite a bit in this game, I'm not going to lie. These players, obviously that's not true, but look at this flop for Johns.
Yeah, he's crushing it. But he's not out of the woods yet.
Open into straight flush draw, royal draw. Best hand.
Well, can't do the royal.
This river is like a deuce of hearts. Wow. Okay.
You were going to say that, weren't you?
Yeah, yeah. No, I didn't see the card when I said that. I just meant if it's a complete blank, I wonder if Johns bets again for value, and he does. This is very strong. Love to see this value bet. Long finds a fold, though. Nice fold by
that's a
Victor.
big fold, yeah. I don't know. He picked up something on Ian Johns. Ian looks strong on every hand.
I swear I did not see that deuce of hearts.
That was the
when I
nice
called
call.
for it,
That was
yeah.
a nice call. A bracelet means points in the Player of the Year battle. Right now, Benny Glazer crushing it with 3. Schulman cashing everything. And a bracelet, his 7th. Congratulations. Scott Bowman, who was at this final table, also has a bracelet. I don't see Sean Deep's name anywhere there.
Not yet.
Not yet.
They haven't had the 25K PLO yet, so
Check.
we're going to have to wait to see how that one pans out. I think he wins that every 3rd year.
Check.
Benny Glazer is going to be tough to beat, but they're creeping up on him. And when Nick gets
Check.
something in his mind, he usually gets it. Be interesting to see.
Good.
John's not letting it go. You should be very reluctant to fold any pair in heads-up limit Holdem.
7.
Not just because it could be the best hand, and not just because you want to keep your opponent honest, but also because you're getting a great price to draw to 2 pair or trips. That's a big factor as well.
Antonio Esfandiari, you know, he had those T-shirts given to us. You know, hard to make a pair.
That's one of the best quotes in poker, I have to say. You'll have long bouts of hands where it feels impossible to make a pair.
Right? It forces you to play poker.
Oh, yeah. It really is such a beautiful game, poker.
Sometimes people don't take the time to realize that. Again, John's getting the best of it, even though Blom with the 5. There's a lot going for Ian here. There you go.
Now there's a lot going for Ian. Although this might be the turn that Blom... No, he has a gut shot, doesn't he? Yeah, just lets it go, though. Well done. You don't often find spots where you can fold a pair and a gut shot.
I really think he sees the future in some way. Where, I mean, he knows what he's going to have to do. Likely he's going to miss his hand. Likely he's going to do this bet, and then maybe be forced to call the next. You know, so he saved himself 2 bets by just folding.
Got excited.
I guess so.
I mean, that could be.
You had a 7?
No, I said I turned the nuts.
Yeah.
I said I got excited.
He said, yeah.
I had a 7 also.
No. I got A6 clubs.
It's a pretty wild fold. He did have a gut shot, right?
He did.
Man.
He might have been afraid to hit it. You know?
He was right.
He sees at least a street and a half into the future.
I wonder if he knows if he's going to win the tournament or not.
Not yet.
That's more than a street and a half into the future,
A little
isn't
more.
it? Yeah.
Well,
All
we
right.
think. I don't know.
I'm still learning the rules here, Lon.
No, he's down 2.5 to 1. That's a pretty good flop.
Flop the nuts.
John's, yeah, flop the nuts.
Silly.
The joint, as TJ Cloutier would say, 2 TJ references tonight. That's wow.
You know, if you hit 3, you have to pay royalties.
I'm not going to.
Check. 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 Check.
Well, 6 on the river, more than enough to value bet for Blom. John's never once considered taking a shot at this pot with the 8 high. Maybe interesting to note.
All right, swing away from here for a moment. as we see the final table of
This one mine.
the 5K senior event. Old guys out there. But the leader, my recent golf buddy, David Baker, ODB, 3 bracelets. His is the only bracelet photo I've ever been in. And we've known each other for a while. I happened to be walking by one night in the event center. He was taking his picture and he yelled over and invited me nicely into the picture.
245.
So I'm in his last bracelet win.
Lon, I don't want to blow up his spot, but this man is 43 years old. I don't know how he pulled this off.
Well, I don't think legally they can keep him out, but I don't think he's 43, is he? You don't know that. He
Look
looks
at
like
him.
a character from an old Woody Allen movie, though, and I'm not going to mention which one. You can.
Yeah, he looks like a 43-year-old man in a Woody Allen movie.
Woody B leading the way.
I was bottom right.
Yeah, you limped it.
I will make an observation on that table, and tell me if I'm right. When you
Yes,
just
he is
swung over there,
43 years old, Lon.
It has nothing to do with that.
All right.
But it did look like a limit Holdem game over there with all the grumpy
Yeah,
old guys
you're right.
in the corner of the casino,
Yeah,
right?
that's what. Not this table.
It might have
with
been
these
a
young,
4-8,
spry
08
Europeans.
game.
Yeah.
Come on, game. Yeah. These guys look, hey, we're fresh, we're under bright lights, and the other guys are like bundled up, and we've been sitting here all day. And
All right, you're making a lot of good points here. Meanwhile, Victor Blum 3-betting with a very strong hand, ace jack suited.
Crushing.
Yeah, John's just picking up a set. He's made the nuts a lot lately. Victor picks up some equity though with the open ender.
Queen gives him Broadway, yeah. It's a heavily laden 1-1 end. No, not anymore. Boat. Show the boat. I'm running good. I got 5.5 million.
John's must be feeling good right now.
This close to his 4th bracelet, but he's got to go through a whistle group, you know? Thing. All right, checking in on the PokerStars leaderboard for this final table. Heads up, and John's. As Jesse said, feeling good, looking good, can do no wrong. Neither of these guys has really been out of line, misstepped, misclicked, made a mistake.
Check.
But the skill is bubbling to the surface. Blum, ace queen now. Yep. Victor reached, Ian folded. Ian Johns really enjoying the moment. Very comfortable here. Friends and wife on the rail. This is his bailiwick. This is his moment. I think he can feel it. Blum, pocket sevens, 3-bet and a quick call with the suited 9-5 for Johns. There you go. Hit the 5, but it's not quite enough. He likes it though. Isildur has been quite the worthy opponent in this limit field. Again, as you mentioned, Jesse, that he's no stranger to it all. He knows the mechanics of the game, and he knows the limit game very well. Though he's, you know, regarded as that beast in the online no limit world. Heads up.
This is what I'm talking about right here. This is a beautiful value bet by Victor Blom. Just such awareness of what is worthy of value in heads up limit Holdem.
Look at that. Yep.
Even Johns has to give him a little smile and a nice hand. You know, that's just a really well played hand.
And that's a deep understanding of the game, your opponent, how it all works. You know, he knows the machine. And that's what won him that pot right there. We took a look at the Oats Overnight Tournament summary down to our final two very worthy candidates for another or a first World Series bracelet. Prize pool $1,000,001. It's 188 grand consolation prize, 282,000 for first place. Brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. And you've been shaking responsibly all night long. By the way, I want to point that out, Jesse.
Have I been responsible with my shaking?
You've been very responsible. Yeah, you're not overdoing it.
I'm not going to lie to you. I showed up over caffeinated, and I definitely had the leg.
Is that right?
The leg tap going, for sure.
Is that why you were only 15 minutes late?
Yeah.
Because you had the coffee going.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
Much more punctual. Glad to hear my reputation precedes me out here. John's right back in the mix. Top pair versus middle pair. This could get very expensive for Victor Blom. Just calls. Perhaps some ideas of raising the turn. Ooh, Victor picks up an open ender now too. Looks like Johns is just calling again though. I would have thought we would see a 3-bet on the flop or a raise on the turn from him. Yeah, and Victor, this time Victor's thin value bet is met by a stronger hand. A superior hand, unfortunately for him.
There are 3 more EPT stops in 2025. At the end of the summer, August 18th through 31st, the poker world will be gathering in Barcelona for the biggest European event of the year. From October 1 through 12th, the tour returns to Malta for the first time since 2016, and the EPT season wraps up in Prague, December 3rd through 14th. For more details on the EPT, check out the PokerStars live app. Blom certainly showing to be a worthy candidate, but really having trouble finding traction against this man, Ian Johns. Heads up.
Blom's first limp on the button, if I recall correctly, and it's punished by a raise from Johns, and now doubly punished by a pretty coolering flop here.
Indeed.
King.
Quick chips in the pot.
Helpful to Blom in the sense that now he won't be raising in any juncture, but I don't think that was on the table regardless.
Oh,
wow.
An Isildur river
no
card.
No club, and he brought 9 clubs.
You put him on clubs?
What could I ever beat?
What can I beat?
Let me tell you something, Lon. A fold here would be really, really exceptional.
He's fully considering it, though. He can't beat a 9. He can't beat clubs.
Yeah, but clubs are...
I think an outside, right?
Yeah, I'd expect a 9 more often.
He brought up the clubs. That's all.
No, fair enough.
Can't beat a running flush. Doesn't have
You can
that.
beat some
Doesn't have that. Okay, buddy. Take it.
Oh no!
No, that's
what a fold. He didn't fold against Ant, but he folds against Isildur correctly. Wow.
That's an outrageous fold. That's really special.
He put him on a 9.
I understand his line of thinking, but it's just the room for error.
Yeah.
You have to be correct so often to make a fold like that.
Wow. Jaw dropped.
Fortunately for Victor, he doesn't know his opponent just folded an ace. I think if he did, he'd feel a little... I don't know, just... I'd be a bit under the
Right?
weather, personally.
Exactly.
I don't even have a word for it, but... I don't want to say intimidated, because I don't know if Victor gets intimidated, but...
It would, yeah, he would feel like he's got a spy cam on him or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ian's most recent live tournament win was a World Series bracelet. This event, 2016. I think he won his 2 bracelets. I know he won 2 bracelets that year. I think they were very close together.
You're talking about John's?
Yeah.
Two bracelets in one summer sound.
Yeah, it happened. His first bracelet came in 06.
Wow.
3K limit Holdem event.
He's an OG.
Yeah. His wife on the rail, Mandy, enjoying every moment. Both players guaranteed 188 grand, their 10K buy-in. And it was just 10K, no re-entry allowed.
I think Isildur has Benjamin Button syndrome.
He does look marvelous, doesn't he?
He looks like he's getting younger.
John's folded to Isildur's aces recently. Isildur does not return the favor, but you're not going to get any more chips out of Blonde, is he?
Whoa.
Oh.
Little float ski. He's getting a great price.
Yeah, there it goes. Just one look-see. Isildur has chip stacking envy.
Isildur's probably thinking, certainly he didn't fold an ace in that one hand. That would be ridiculous.
For Isildur, it has to feel, you know, that Indiana Jones, the first one with that big boulder rolling down behind him, but it's a really slow moving boulder here.
Yeah.
In space on it, coming closer and closer, because it's not no limit. It's just little rolls.
It's a min click boulder.
Yeah.
Price.
Can you bully in this game? You can't really, can you? A big time.
Not really, because like I've said so many times,
Small,
everybody's getting such a good price all the time. So if your opponent doesn't adapt to the wider ranges of heads up, you can certainly get away with a lot. For instance, if John's was to randomly just start folding hands as good as, let's say, Jack-7 offsuit in the big blind, Victor could really start pummeling him with raises. But he's already raising so much, it's not like he's going to make a crazy exploit. He'd just be raising a little bit wider. Any 2 cards instead of like 85% of hands or whatever.
So Victor just can't keep barreling and get folding. I mean, that's just not the way the game is. That's not how it's played. That's not the way it's designed.
I mean, he could try, but
it's a post-flop game.
It's not like John's has been any sort of pushover.
Right.
He's not looking to fold too many pairs post-flop too often.
Check. Check.
Oh, I'm checking back twice with bottom
Check.
pair.
Queen.
8.
Thought he might go for value somewhere. I think he was planning to go for value on the river, and then the river was an ace. And suddenly
changed
an
it.
8 become, yeah, because he has so much ace X himself that it becomes really kind of believable when he bets the river, and he's almost over-representing his hand.
Not worth the time. The dealer says thank you. Frustrated. I think he is just a bit. And it's out of his control mostly. I mean,
He
you
does
have to
appear
find-
slightly frustrated,
Yeah.
doesn't he?
I mean, the edges are so slight and nuanced, and they both
Check.
probably recognize all of that. But if the opportunity doesn't come your way,
Check.
it's not like you can just blast away.
Check.
No, you're absolutely right. You just have to
But-
hope things turn around. Well, I'm finding the delayed C-bet here.
Check. 6.
I think he's going to wish he had double-barreled. 6-7, one of the hands that might have considered folding on the river. Maybe not.
Ian has been pretty spot on with his reads, his actions, his folds, his calls.
He just played a ridiculously strong game throughout this whole final table. If he were to win, I think he can really look back at this performance and be very happy with it. And if things were to turn around and he played this well, but he just started running terrible and lost, he could also look back at it.
Oh, absolutely.
Feel great about this performance.
All hearts in the hole, none in the flop. John's with the best of it again.
Both players quite happy to just take their showdown value.
Again, 5 this time, 6 last time. Death by 1,000 cuts. Victor Blom.
Fortunately for Isildur, these are very small pots, but he's just not winning any of them.
He knows variance. He knows it's variance because it doesn't always stay. It moves around. Variance is good for you. He's got ace-king suited against king-6 suited here. So right now, the odds are in his favor.
Check.
All hearts. The 6 goes John's way again.
Check.
Bet.
Victor bets and call. John's calls with the best hand.
Check. 6.
Wow. 6. Really?
Case in point about running John's over and it not happening. That's 6 call on the turn with middle pair on a 3 heart board. I mean, if you think you're running your opponent over and he's calling 3rd pair with 3 hearts, Jack 10 out there, it's just not really happening. You kind of have to make hands to some extent, or you need your opponent to whiff a lot while you're finding barrels. One of the two.
Blom under $1 million. Pocket pair for the chip leader. Blom's got a hit.
Check.
Maybe a delayed c-bet. Yeah. I like this.
Yeah.
If you're John's, all of a sudden a 6 or a 9 will counterfeit you, so you want to bet and get your opponent to fold stuff like Jack high, Queen high right now.
He is a machine right now. Chip gathering machine, a chip stacking machine, trying to stay one step ahead of the dealer.
Raise.
Victor Blom had been in control for days 1, days 2. Chip leader coming into today.
Check.
Maybe he used up all his run good.
Interestingly, John's just called pre-flop. Thought he might 3-bet this combo, but
Check.
calling also makes sense.
9.
Ooh.
It hits again. It's getting embarrassingly
One-sided.
constant.
Yeah.
Sorry.
These two have both played so well today. It's unfortunate, but only one of them gets to win.
That's true. That's a good point. Nobody's ever due in poker, though they say you are. Some people claim to be.
No, the word that I hate hearing the most at the poker table is deserves. As soon as you start using the word deserved or deserves, you're putting your brain in a bad place.
Tell me what you've done to deserve anything, right?
Another flop goes John's way.
Pairs up again.
And Victor has king high, so he needs to put additional chips in the pot. It's not like he just whiffed and he can fold. I think he'll get out here.
Yeah, he does fold up on the turn a lot, and rightly so. It's amazing. He and John's this close to another bracelet. Get ready for nonstop action at Play Poker Go, the free online poker game where it's all real, all the time. Dive into ring games, crush tournaments, and spend your way to glory. In the all-new No Gamble, No Future Sit and Goes featuring the Wheel of Gain. No deposits, no risk, just pure poker. Play now at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. Along with 390,000. The hits just keep on coming for Ian Johns with ace-9.
Check.
No, but an 8 for Blom.
Again, I would have imagined John's 3-bets this hand. It's strong enough heads up, certainly. But it's kind of interesting by not 3-betting with the exact stack that Blom has. He doesn't necessarily commit himself on any given flop, so he gives himself some optionality. I think if he had 3-bet, there isn't really many boards where he doesn't c-bet and feel committed to the pot once Victor raises.
Johns would love Blom to get 2 pair if he continues on this.
This is a bit of an awkward spot for Johns because he's picked up a gut shot. His ace-high could be the best hand.
Nope.
But 3 spades on the board. There aren't a ton of clean outs on the river.
Prize smile on Isildur one's face. Stack of chips. Got some green back.
Yeah, it's nice to finally know what it feels to pull a pile of chips in again. It's been a long time, buddy.
It has. Fold from Johns. We see that pretty often from him. I mean, relatively. I haven't seen Isildur fold pre much. Ian seems fine with it. Several times I've seen him throw it away. Pretty hand for Victor. That a sign? Weaker king for Ian.
Check.
Probably not a fold quite yet with the king high, backdoor straight draw. 6 would be a double gutter for Johns.
Check. Check. King?
King Jack.
You got it.
It's very businesslike between the two.
Yeah, there's no real time for chit chat.
No.
I mean, the heads up we've done before in the 100K, a lot of chit chat going back and forth. Well, one-sided kind of chit chat, but here it's just like, yeah, you got to stack the chips, you got to get ready. The dealers are ready. Here we go. Let's play the next hand.
It's quite the juxtaposition between that tournament and this one, isn't it? The amount of time per decision, for instance.
Oh my gosh. That does not favor Victor Blom.
I don't know if you caught that, but
Little grimace on the face.
no, before that, Victor folded before Johns could get the bet out.
Oh, yeah, I noticed
so
that.
Johns kind of wagged the bet out like I'm going to put it out, and Victor had this little wry smile like I beat you to the punch. It's the little things in life, Lon.
Absolutely.
I can't win a pot off you, man, but at least I'll get my fold in.
Check.
Well, no king, John, but he got the 4 to take the lead. Johns, I should say.
Cool.
Raise the flop, Victor coming along. That's a big turn card for Johns.
Pattern we've seen. Ian can fold a little easier pre-flop. Victor seen a lot of turn folds. Kind of knows where he stands by that point in the hand.
Boy, this is getting really close, Lon.
There's dealers. Dealers got the cards out before they're stacked and the blinds are in. Another fold from Ian.
Wow.
Wow, good fold. Victor had him crushed with the king-9.
A little surprised he just folded a suited hand. Maybe find a limp or something, but his timing was beyond perfect. His opponent sitting on the better 9.
Raise.
Andy's photo ready. $6 million chip advantage for Ian Johns. So close to bracelet number 4, ace 10. Can he get company in the hand?
Raise.
I think so. Queen 9, suited.
You're as card dead as Victor's been. Queen 9 suited is a very welcome sight. It's already a welcome sight in heads up anyways, but. Oh, wow.
2 spades out there for Victor.
I don't know if Johns finds a fold here. Let's say the turn is a complete brick. Money might be going in.
But
10 on the turn. Money's
Johns
certainly going in.
now takes the lead.
Ooh.
And look at this. Chips are moving as fast as they can. Johns with the turn 10.
Holdem.
Victor.
30 more.
Yep,
Oh,
they're
Victor
all
just
in.
puts it in right now,
He
just
is
in case
all
Johns
in.
has the worst draw.
Oh my goodness. Ian Johns 1 card away, but Blom with 12 outs, the spades or the queen.
73% to win the title and the second bracelet in this event.
Can Ian Johns do it now? Is this his moment? His first bracelet win since 2016 with a clean river card. Avoid the spade or the queen. It's the king of hearts, and that will do it.
Great play.
An almost flawless performance in his best game. Ian Johns wins the bracelet in the 10K Limit Hold'em event.
Thanks for watching.
Isildur makes his way out after a wonderful performance, but again coming up short for his first World Series of Poker bracelet. 188K will await him in the cage. But friends and family once again can celebrate Ian Johns, who has won this bracelet for the second time. It was the last bracelet he ever won in 2016. So back-to-back bracelets in the same events, maybe. A final look at the Poker Stars. Ian Johns, 282,000 on the leaderboard. The final, and Victor Blanc takes second. It was an eventful day, a learning day, and a crushing day for Ian Johns. What a performance.
I mean, he essentially went wire to wire. Very smooth movement all the way up to chip counts until he won the tournament. And one of the most flawless performances I've seen in a very, very long time, Lon.
Indeed, 188 entries, 18 cashed. Saw Daniel Negreanu with a cash, several bracelet winners in the mix late. And that man now a bracelet winner for the 4th time at the World Series of Poker. Ian Johns did everything right. Folded when he had to. He made some perfect calls. Nobody could take him down once he felt the bracelet was in his grasp. He overcame some of the best poker players there are in Las Vegas right now, and one of the greatest of all time. Thanks for watching. For our entire crew here in Las Vegas, another fine performance. Jesse, Sylvia, appreciate you coming along and letting us dip and decide your limit Holdem brain. I'm Lon McCarran. Thanks for watching, everybody. See you next time.